Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, December the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. A couple of yeses. I'm not seeing any yeses. The reason being is that I didn't have the main room on. Okay, guys, welcome to the trading room. Tuesday, December the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I do have the Discord room going. I've got YouTube room going. Still waiting for a yes from the main room, though. Hmm. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. Now, obviously, I put in a list of stocks that are up this morning. Obviously, not a complete list because once those CPI numbers came out, the market just exploded. So there's no point in my going over every single stock that moved higher. What I tried to do is take a look at the stocks. I'd already assembled a list before this happened, sort of stocks moving more on their own as opposed to more of like a market reaction. So stocks like NCPL, big gap up, 112% after the company reported financial results. So that was, I guess that was yesterday. I guess it was yesterday or after hours. It says we have here December 12th pre-market, but it must have been after hours. And it's a very low float, 2.4 million in the float, a lot of volume already, double the float already. So this is going to be a super active one, of course. Discord link, yes. Let me invite link. Right-click trading room. There we are. Invite people. Copy. Here it is. Okay, so there is your Discord link. Um, okay, great. Thank you, Greenhorn. Okay, so what else? MGTA, this was from yesterday and it's persisting. MGTA, up 31%. This had a nice run yesterday. Let's take a look on the 15-minute chart. You can see right there, it ran from about $1.14 all the way up to $1.39. Some after-hour action and kind of choppy this morning, but it is still up 30%. Lots of volume, 8.5 million shares. Not a massive float, 37 million in the float. Now this one, I mentioned it was just over $1, but it has dropped down below $1 now. KSPN, I actually thought maybe this would start to run. KSPN, they did have, it's an looks like it's an earnings play after hours today. We have December 13th post market. So I don't know why the pop. I don't see any other reason for the pop. But I'm trying to pay a little more attention to some of these that come out of nowhere under $1 and then they start to run. So that's why I thought, well, at least I'll mention this KSPN and see what happens. VTYX, VTYX, VTYX. Let's see. I'm trying to think if this is a buyout or Takeda deal has positive read. Yeah, I'm not sure what the news is on this one, guys. I'm just trying to look at a headline here, and I am looking at headlines, and I'm just trying to see. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the deal is on this VTYX. It's a huge pop, 29 million in the float, up 30%. INDP had gapped up. Let's see if the gap is held. INDP. And the answer is no. Boy, that was a shortable one too, for me anyway, to Interactive Brokers. Wow. The answer is it did not hold, not even remotely hold that gap. So you understand when I see this, it was up here. So that's when I add it into my list. It's only phase one, so nothing to see here. 5 million in the float. This one, if this float value can, if the float numbers are correct or anywhere close to it, NUWE. So I do remember this one. This is the one that got up to that particular week, $186. And they're highlighting a publication of results from a 10-year analysis of Aqueduct's flex flow system, etc. So NUWE, now we have 315,000 shares in the float. So this could, if that is at all correct, I'm just going to check a couple of other sites to see what they have for their float numbers. Whatever the number is going, whatever the number is, it's going to be low. Yeah, wow, very low. Look at this. So Yahoo's got the same as us. Now FinViz is FinViz and Ameritrade are way out there at 28 million. So I would discount these. Wall Street Journal is about the same, and Morningstar. So this is a super low float situation. NUWE, but it's not a reverse split today. Is it? No, it's not a reverse split today. They must have done it. Yeah, anytime you see it like crazy low float, you know a company has done a reverse split in the past. I just don't see when they did it. Anyway, ACM, is that an R or a P, Barry? Okay, we're gonna see. I have ACMR. Let's see if it's right. ACMR. Yeah, ACMR. Now this looks like a buyout more. ACMR, I don't see any specific reason. ACMR. I mean, it had some news yesterday expanding into the chemical vapor deposition market. Okay, but the way it's trading, I mean, it's not a buyout. I don't see that. I do not see that it's a buyout, but it's really flatlining right across. MMMB, triple MB. So this had a big move after hours. It actually got up to 215. It's pulled back. It's still up 19%, decent volume. So this was an earnings play after hours. So that's why they had the gap up after hours, but it is pulled back somewhat. NUWE was a reverse split yesterday. Really? Reverse split yesterday. I'm surprised that we have nothing on that. Normally, I mean, if it was a reverse split, I mean, our news is, it's not that fast breaking news or anything, but normally, if that was yesterday, we would have seen it here. So I'm surprised. And IB, I'm only seeing today. Well, no, I don't. I see some news from yesterday. Do not see that it was a reverse split. Not saying it isn't, of course. SDGR, SDGR. SDGR is up. Yes, it is still up. And presents new preclinical data supporting advancement, etc. Okay, so that is the reason for that one. SDGR. WVE. WVE. It's holding its game. Yeah, it's not bad. Up 21%, decent volume. And they have some kind of a collaboration with GSK, Glaxo. Okay, so that is the news for this one. And Wayfair. I think the only reason this is up, and it's popped with the market, okay, but I also see that I think Citigroup put a $50 price target on them. There's a $50 price target by Citigroup for W. And last, MDIA. Is it still up? Mm, So had a pop after hours. Let's see why. I think they had some kind of an asset sale. Divested assets of, yeah, so an asset sale. So they got $78 million. I guess they must have released that news after hours yesterday. Pretty low float, 15 million in the float. Just one moment, please. Okay, now let's see. What time is it now? 9:12. Let me see what sort of. Aha, Moderna. This is not actually a COVID play. This is a cancer vaccine play, collaboration with Merck. All right, let me get a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, so I'm going to get the upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to put them in the Discord room first. Again, way more downgrades than upgrades. There's so many stocks popping right now because of that the CPI number. Okay, now for the downgrades. There are a lot of downgrades, so let me get some of them in. What I'm looking for, though, I'm looking for some multiple downgrades. Same stock downgraded several times for different brokers. Not seeing that right now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Get them into the room. Hmm. So again, that doesn't post well into YouTube. Okay, what I'm looking at now is just taking a look at some of the ones that were really hot yesterday, like the EH. I don't see EH really moving. In fact, it's moving down a little bit. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. Every sector is going to be positive. So let's take a look. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and show more and then go down to sector status. And every sector should be positive in a big way. There we go. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what does that mean? It means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's high. I'm sorry. Nope. Above yesterday's close. Okay. Above yesterday's close. So of course, with the market doing what it did, I mean, every sector is just, almost 100%. I mean, we can say the weak sector is financials at only 95.31%. There's some laggard in there. So anyway, we'll see what happens though once the market opens, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes in, and we'll do a change from the open and see what sort of a difference there is. In other words, if the market opens and then it starts to slide, you will see definitely a difference. So let's take a look at. I forgot to do that. Let's take a look at the sectors now, especially with that gap up. Let's see how close some of these now, like XLE as an example, getting back over, or maybe financials getting closer to that 200-day. Just give me a moment. All right, so let's take a look at XLE. XLE was starting to creep down towards that 200-day moving average. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there's that 200-day moving average. Now you notice how it was starting to creep down. There's the daily chart starting to creep down. Yesterday we had a decent day, and now look at this. Yes, today. So moving away from that 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail. Retail probably is going to get closer. Yeah, I'm getting this. Guys, do apologize for this. It happens, seems to happen in the pre-market. Let me just, yeah. So there's retail. There's the, if you can see the green line. So it was moving away. Yesterday we had a little pop, but look at this. As we speak, it's above the 200-day moving average. As we speak, 200-day moving average is 66.34 and XRT is at 67.12. So moving above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, this is getting to be tiring. So there's XLP, the same sort of thing. It was, yeah, it wasn't really drifting down towards the 200-day, but it was sort of flattened, but now moving away. Of course, like most stocks or most of these ETFs are going to be doing that. XLV, yeah, I got something going on here, with this daily chart not uploading. Giving me my data immediately. So again, there's that 200-day moving average for healthcare and starting to move away from it. Financials, that'll be an interesting one. XLF. See what happened. See, so look at financials. Look at that 200-day moving average. Look how over the last few days it's been moving to it. It kind of touched it yesterday, but now it's starting to move away from it, like most, because of that big pop. Industrials, XLI. All right, same sort of thing. It was kind of basing a little bit above that 200-day moving average right now with today's pop moving away from it. Consumer discretionary, that's the one. That'll be the really interesting one. See where it is. Yeah, this is getting really, I'm gonna have to talk to development about this. We can't see the 200 days, 155, okay, but you can see with this pop up here. So it's up here at 155. And then communications was, of course, another one. And you can't see the 200-day moving average, but at least, it was sort of basing now a little pop. The 200-day moving average is at 56. And the last one is technology. Let's see what technology is doing. XLK. This is some kind of a bug going on because it's loading in the intraday time frame, just not on the daily chart for the first time. I have to click on another symbol, so I'm gonna have to let them know about that. Here's XLK. So look at that, guys. Look at that. Technology above the 200-day moving average. It hasn't been above the 200-day moving average for a long, long time. It teased it a few days ago, but look at this. We're above the 200-day for technology now, technology sector. Yeah, she she'd go to heaven. Yeah, I mean, on a single monitor, it's not probably as good, but you're saying it's better than the other room, so that's good. The fact that you can pop out your video. If you got two monitors, it's ideal with Discord. But we're still having to figure out. we're still having to figure out what we're going to do with this Discord room. If we can only have 50 viewers of the screen of the video, well, I call it just watching my screen, but then we're going to have to do something. I wouldn't mind keeping Discord anyway, because a lot of people use Discord, so they can find us, they can come in. I obviously, I mean, Discord was used, I mean, before, not that long ago, there was no screen sharing whatsoever. So, but it was a very popular platform. I'm not sure for what. Is it sort of like Reddit? I mean, I just don't know what Discord was used for. Seems gaming. Okay, thanks, Pepe. I out of my demographic. No, there's no filter for stock by country. Are you? And I'm waiting for IJ to pop in there. He's been waiting for that. No, there's no filter for stock by country. No. I mean, we have the flags here, so you know what country it is in the single stock window, but there's no filter for it. All right, guys, we're getting closer to this open. So this NCPL is still kind of hanging tough here. And what was the news on this one again? Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Very low float, 2.5 million in the float. Just trying to see where this could go. I'm going to get back to my weekly chart. So yeah, look at this weekly chart, guys. So the next highs, in fact, that's way up there. So the next high is, looks like it's around 329 on the weekly chart. So this has got some, boy, if it can ever, I mean, look over here. I mean, we've got $11.34 way up here. Oh yeah, I know there are other platforms that you can screen by Finviz. You can do the same thing. You can screen by country. Look at the FDMT, guys. This FDMT is getting sneaky good. This is the one that Goldman put a 60, what, $68, 64 or $68 price target on it back on this week right here. And it's been certainly holding. And that is the F. You could make a list, sure, of course, you could make a list of stocks, but I mean, I mean, of course, you could make a symbol list and put, China stocks into a symbol list or whatever country. It's probably typically China people are interested in, either to exclude or to see. What other countries are we really interested in? So yeah, you could just find a website that has all the China stocks and just put them into a symbol list and then add them. We were 30 seconds from the open, guys. So let me get rid of this. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, here we go. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. It'll be interesting for sure. Let's see if we're going to get any sort of a fade. Or are we going to hold that big, big gap? Oh, so that would work for you? Okay, Leaf. Yeah. Just watching that first, I want to watch that first big candle on the SPY. Hood actually had a downgrade. I believe it had a downgrade. Let me look. Yeah, Hood had a downgrade. Not that it matters, but Hood had a downgrade. Here's another one, guys. I mean, this had earnings. BBW had earnings a couple of weeks ago and is held. BBW is held. Somebody said Pinterest has got a Pepper Sandler upgraded them to from 25 to 30. Okay, not big enough. They got to go like 25 to 100. So a lot of these stocks that got hammered yesterday, like Riven, etc., with the market, they are popping. So Riven maintained an outperform by Baird. They're cutting it from to 44 from 51. Yeah, QFIN probably is going to trigger today, right? What was the trigger price? I can't remember. Wasn't it above last week's high? 18, 1830 or so, 1840 or so. So I guess QFIN probably came close to triggering if it did not trigger. This is the trade of the week. You have to just look at the email. Somebody will tell me. Novavax having a pop here, NVAX. So what are we now? 600, 370, almost 10. So all the indices, of course. But we're starting to fade a bit. We are starting to fade a bit. So my advice is just to try to let things settle down a little bit anyway. Wow, Moderna, holy smokes. MR, that kept running and running and running. So this is not, believe it or not a COVID play. This is this is the Moderna Merck cancer vaccine. So this is okay. Goodyear GT is moving. So it is moving against the market. GT is moving against the market. Market is starting to fade a bit. So this is starting to move higher though. GT. The high last week was 1114, and then the next high 1144. So and then 1155. So it doesn't have a lot of room, in my opinion, to keep moving before it hits some resistance. So MMMB is above the 200-day moving average. That's 139. That's the weekly. Um, Low float, 20 million in the float. It's an earnings play. Actually, my alerts have just gone silent. Grit skies, GRTS, above the 200-day moving average, 306. IVZ. Got a little bit of room, this IVZ, a little bit of room. The next high looking left that I can see is 2083. And so it's above the VWAP 20. Of course, it's above the 200-day. So this is IVZ. It's early, but it does have a little bit of room to the 2083 mark. Was it 1815, Jamie, the trigger for QFIN? That was a little higher. If I can find my scrap of paper from yesterday. You're right. 1815. So the trade of the week is actually triggered, guys. QFIN is actually triggered. No, you're right, Jamie. It's 1815 for sure. So the trade of the week is actually triggered. It didn't trigger yesterday, but it has triggered today. Now, how you trade it is going to be up to you. I'd be look. It's very obviously it was very dependent on the market. So look what the market's doing right now, and also what is China doing? So just because it triggered doesn't mean you have to pile into the trade. Well, pins is still strong, guys. PINS is still strong. Ooh, look at Paramount. Paramount now over 20. Pin's still strong, over 26 now. At Paramount. And we have a halt. A halt for ZVSA. So was this an uplisting? Oh no, this was a SPAC. Okay, this is a SPAC that turned into ZVSA. See, this is one we should have known about, guys. Come on, I've asked to know when something will start trading, because we could have taken this yesterday as the Larkspur Health Acquisition Core, taking just 50 shares, 100 shares, whatever. Look what this got to in the pre-market. Probably hardly any volume, but $75 pre-market. And this is another one. This is the WIMI subsidiary to be listed on NASDAQ. How can the WIMI subsidiary, WIMI, WIMI, which trades at $1.21. So now their subsidiary is MLGO trading at 71. That makes sense, I guess. I heard this, and I guess I obviously should have paid way more attention. All right, another halt, guys. KSCP halted, and let's just see where this one could go. So the next high, last week's high was 237. Boy, para on the move here. I think I saw WBD also on the move. WBD, yeah. So both these streaming services on the move, Paramount and Warner Brothers. We're almost into that first 15 minutes. I think maybe the weekly is better later on. I'm going to get back to my daily. So you can see that MGTA is coming right into that 200-day moving average, guys. So that makes it kind of a no-go. I mean, it did pop above the 200-day pre-market, got up to almost $2, but you can see that green line right there. That's that 200-day moving average. So to me, that makes it a no-go. All right, maybe keep an eye on this KSPN. Okay, it popped over $1 in the pre-market, up to $1.09. Of course, it's a low float. It appears to be having earnings after hours today. I don't know if that's the reason for this move, or there's anything else, but it could be one of those crazy ones coming from sub $1. Okay, so those of you with the AI, I don't mind talking about this, but the DNB. Now, to me, it looks like there's too much resistance between the current price of 1373 or so and 14. To me, if it can take out 14, then it could really rock. But I mean, to me, between the current price and $15, $14, to me, looks like there's too much resistance. So even though that one is in the price range I like from the AI, that's going to block me from taking it. Okay, KSCP just resumed, and here's another one. Boy, we're getting a lot of halts. CMND just got halted, guys. CMND got halted on the way down, it looks like. All right, Palantir, PLTR. So very close to the whole number, 8. If it can get through that, the next high looks like it's around 823 and then up here at 852. Look at United Airlines. United Airlines, this is coming from Zach's bottoming or topping scan, or sorry, bottoming bounce play. Look at the 200-day 40, but I wonder if Jets is doing the same thing, or is it just unique to, I know Boeing made some announcements. Now it looks like Jets. All right, guys, SDGR. Let me check to see what sort of resistance there is. Yeah, so this has got some room, in my opinion, anyway. It's sitting just over that whole number. It had some news, I think. Had to have some news. Presenting data. Okay, so it's hanging over that whole number. And when you look left, no, I didn't, too bad. That 2065 is there. I thought it had cleared that. I thought the next high was going to be 2230, which would have been awesome. That would have been like a 10%. But let's see if it can get through that 2065 or get close to it anyway. You know, I saw this MRTX in the pre-market. I thought, okay, maybe today it's going to have a bit of a comeback day, but no, not not at all. Look at MRTX. It did get up to, of course, that probably spiked. Was that 530? No, that was before. No, that was the same time. So that was the spike. MRTX spiked along with virtually every other stock. But now look at it. Look at it now. Wow. Faraday, FFIE. This was somebody mentioned this one yesterday. Oh, that's right. This was one of those cheap ones under $1. Well, I do have Acer as a thumbnail chart. I do see that it's over 3. Yeah, I mean that was quite the pop and then drop. But yeah, I guess the longer it can hold over 3, what's the volume like? Yeah, volume's pretty good, 38 times normal. I mean, that's pretty good. That's obviously very good. Excuse me, but I know there are some waiting for some kind of a study to come out. Yeah, so MLGO, this was a spin-off from WIMI, if you can believe it, WIMI. WIMI sitting at $1. WIMI announces its subsidiary MicroAlgo to be listed. Why not? Okay, guys, Caspian, KSPN getting closer to $1. Okay, let's just say if it does take out $1, the next high in the pre-market was 109. Now, if it can take that out, yeah, I mean, sort of the next high area is about 130. All right, so this open and it's going to get halted again. MLGO is going to get halted again. Ooh, maybe not. I thought I had that little blue dot beside usually in Interactive Brokers. Nice spread, 51.96, 58. FLNC on the move here, guys. Shoot, I missed this one because it showed up at 9:45 in my 10-day daily breakout at 2140. Yeah, 2140. Oh, I missed that one. Is what I'm talking about. My 10-day daily breakout, 2140. The trigger was at the time was 9:45, 2140. Got up to 2236. Shoot, I missed that one. There's any news on this one to design battery packs as part of storage products. Okay. And this one is halted again. Yeah, on the way down. ZVSA. Yeah. Okay. So KSCP did not hold to. Wow, FLNC just made another new high, guys. Gee, I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Should be in this one. Take a look at APP. Next high looking left is 1286. That has got some room. I mean, I don't like the fact it's close to that whole number, but it's got some room, guys. APP, not a low float. All right, so the first high candle was red, but this one is trying to be green. So we didn't have a huge sell-off. Ben on the move, BEN. Not a lot of volume. Big float, 289 million. Boy, Barrick gold on the way up. Also, gold Barrick on the way up. Even not V is moving higher. NOTV 494 is the high yesterday. No shady shorted this one yesterday. Flyer from yesterday, guys, is giving it up. Rent. Ooh, this is it's not shortable. I think this would have been a decent short underneath 3. The next low down here is around 240. Would have been a nice percentage move if it got close, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. They've been snapped up. Well, pins. That one was early and it kept moving. PINS. Kept moving. PINS. Yeah, you're right. KTRA is moving higher. The high yesterday was 1463. It's almost untradeable. 1183, 1235 on the bid ask. So there's no volume whatsoever. You can't trade it. Saw Grom this morning, guys, but I saw that big topping tail, then it dropped. Grom, GROM, and the next high was 175. So, I mean, if this gets going, I mean, the next high after that is way up here at 460. And that's the Grom. Very, very low float, 755,000 in the float. So, if you take this one, you've got to be very careful. I'm going to see if this can take out that high of a couple of days ago for Grom because it's got a ton of room then. Wow. Darna. What a run. 165 to 200, guys, on that news. Is EH over 11 again? You're right, it is. Wow. So this high of yesterday, 1152, is within sight. I don't see where's NCPL. I don't see it. I know I had it in my pre-market NCPL. Let's take a look. Mac is saying it's trying. It is trying. And it's a very low float, 2.4 million in the float. After this is an earnings play. Must have released earnings after hours yesterday. Pre-market high was up here around 334. All right, I'm going to stick an alert around 322 for NCPL. That'll be a market high, not a pre-market high, but see if it gets close to that. It's a massive gap, 121%. We'll see if we can do something like the EH, which if you remember EH yesterday, it was EH yesterday. Time was that? That was 9:45. Well, no, I'm thinking of some other stock. It was the day before, I believe that was, and it kind of rested around four something, and then it popped. Then it just started to move. I can't remember the name of it. Couldn't have been yesterday because yesterday was Monday, so it must have been last week. Somebody will remember. It was sitting around $4, and then I thought that was over, and then it just exploded higher to about 10, 11, 12. And bingo was its name. BNGO, guys, falling here. And SI falling here. Crypto play, of course. So this is the one from the AI. I mean, I just think there's too much resistance between here and 14. Hmm. EH. All right, guys. EH on the move here. It takes out that high yesterday. Look out. Watching EH to see how well it holds 11. Not a crazy low float. 34 million, 34.5 million in the float. So it's not a crazy low float. I'm just watching to see how well it holds 11. Maybe gets back up to this area, the 1130s, and I'll probably take some if it does. That is not a recommendation. All right, guys, we're getting close here. Again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm going to do, but just pointing out what I'm seeing. Other E-stock urge, ERJ. Okay, this could be interesting. 1085, a little too close. I thought it might be a little more interesting because it's through the 200-day moving average, ERJ, through the 200-day moving average. But I think that the next high is just a little too close, about 30 cents away. The airlines are taking a beating here, guys. JBL, JetBlue, JBLU, American Airlines, and we saw UAL earlier. And the market is starting to drift down a little bit. All right, so this SBS has a little bit of room, guys. This is a Brazilian stock, I believe. Yeah, Brazilian stock, and it has 1073 is the next high looking left. So it's a little bit of room. All right, guys. So I took a little loss on the EH. Okay, I took a little loss on it the minute it got into that 1030 something, and then it right back into the 20s. I said, nope, don't want it. So I took a little loss on the EH. Now I'm going to wait on it to see if it gets back over that 1030 or 1130 mark later on. Okay, Acer is moving a little bit, just a little bit. ACER. This was well, it turned out to be a nice trade, but it was a well, it was a long time coming, but then it had the huge pop and then drop almost immediately. So you had to be quick, to take some profit. Well, guys, I'm just not seeing too much right now. Take a look at these races. Grom, how did Grom end up doing? Yeah, not well. Did not take out that high of yesterday. Yeah, I don't know why 50 cases is newsworthy. I mean, really. Mostly asymptomatic, okay? All right, this is gonna take some patience. Excuse me. Yeah, this is gonna take a little bit of patience now, guys. We had the pop at the beginning, but we're starting to fade a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, look, this app looked pretty interesting, didn't it? I mean, it got up here and then it just fell right back down. So we're into I don't see a lot of follow through in some of the things that I'm watching. So it's going to take some, for me anyway, it's going to take some patience. Not going to hop into anything. Ugh. Now there's the KSPN. There is the KSPN, guys. Over a dollar again. And the next high is 126. So it's over a dollar again. It's an earnings play. Well, it appears to be an earnings play after hours, but I don't know what's happening here. If investors are thinking, hey, they're gonna say something wonderful. It's a low float, 2.2 million in the float. Okay, I don't do this very often, but I took some of this KSP. What did I get it at? Dollar gets me out for sure. Yeah, I'm in at 107. Okay, so a dollar gets me out absolutely 100% for sure. And if I don't like the way it's trading, I'll exit earlier. This is the KSPN. I haven't taken a low price one like this in a long time, and there's a reason. Probably going to get stopped out. Had a great spread for a dollar stock, 3 cents, but we'll see. Lots of volume coming in. That's the only good thing. Lots of volume coming in for KSPN. All right, guys, I'm just watching the KSPN. It's basically where I bought it, so I'm just watching it. It's close to a dollar. I'm gone. Yeah, I'm out. So I'm out, guys. I'm out of it. The only way I'll take it again is maybe if it gets up to this 108 again, but I thought I'd try it in case it was going to be one of these crazy ones that tacked on 30 or 40 cents. Okay, SDGR. SDGR is back over 20. Okay, back over 20. And the high today was what, 2064, 2065. What is the high? Yeah, so it got basically to the high of that day, November the 17th, and that's where it stopped. Oh, that was ugly, KSPN. That was super ugly, guys. I mean, that looked pretty promising, I thought. I thought that looked pretty promising, taking out the dollar again. We've seen this a few times, but okay. But that is why you have a stop. Grupo Televisa is on the move here, guys. TV, 540 is the high, so I just don't think it's got enough room. Ooh, look at this one, TPVG. I think this had, I remember if this was a downgrade. I remember if this was a downgrade. Let me just check my, yeah, this was a downgrade. This is a downgrade, okay? So you look left. So if it takes out 12 again, what's the next low looking left? 12, it's 1213. There's a low of 12 and 1178. I wish that low were a little bit lower. I thought like, around that 1150 or 1140 mark. But this did have a downgrade this morning, TPVG. But it's a moot point for me. I'm just looking right now and there are no shorts available. So at Interactive Brokers. All right, CJKB, big pop here. And it is coming into the 200-day moving average, I believe 1224. Yeah, 1224. So it's very close to the 200-day moving average. So that could stall it. I'd like to see something coming in my 10-day daily breakdown and an all-time low with the market doing what it's doing. In fact, let's just take a look at the doc channel bar. And now this time we're going to look at the change from the open. And we will see a dramatic change, guys. Remember, everything was positive. Every single sector was positive on the change from the close yesterday. And now let's see what we see. Okay, so look at energy as an example. 75% of the energy stocks that make up XLE are down from the open. 82% technology stocks down from the open. Communications 57, et cetera, et cetera. Healthcare, you can see exactly what's happened. Look at consumer discretionary. Almost 100% are down from the open. Remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, we were looking at the change from yesterday's close. And virtually every single sector was above, every single stock making up all of these different sectors above yesterday's close. But look what's happened since the market opened, and it's obvious what's happened to the market. That's why the change from the open is much more, in my opinion, valuable than the change from the close. Well, TPVG continues to move down, guys. I think I said 1040 or 1140 was the next low or so. Yeah. Just like to find one that has a big gap underneath and short it as this market is starting to move down. Okay, so this one is shortable for me. This says CTKB, and I'm just looking here because it's coming into the 200-day moving average. I mean, if that stops it, that is a big, this came from 1140. It's up to 1208 now. Boy, the airlines are just getting kicked here. Look at Jets. I want to play one airline, just play Jets. And look at that. It was above the 200-day moving average yesterday, closed above it. Of course, it was quite a bit above it this morning, but now it's moving down below that 200-day moving average for Jets. Wish I had a little more faith in this one, this SDGR, because it's got that big gap. It had the news. It's not a crazy high float or low float. Oh, I'm sure. Hello, Boomy. Welcome to the room. Boy, look at EH. Well, guys, this is why you have stops, okay? This is exactly why you have to have stops and not get stubborn about something you think is going to work. You can get kicked. Look at the EH. Took a little loss on that one. Took a little loss on the KSPN. But look at them now. I mean, they're just. If you don't have stops, you can just destroy your account. I mentioned the DNB from the AI. Did not like it because I thought there was too much resistance not that far away. Now, probably the market's helping too, moving it down. But even if the market hadn't been helping it, I would have not taken this one just because I thought there was too much resistance nearby. Okay, now this one might be interesting. The FLNC had the big pop at the beginning, got all the way up to 2342, dropped down here. Two bottoming tails. There's the VWAP at 2165. So maybe a break at 2248 might get this rolling again, but it's been pretty whippy. So it is up 29%. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see exactly what happened. It held that gap, that little gap after hours gap, held it in the pre-market. Once the market opened, it just ran. But that's a pretty big topping tail, 23.38, and then going all the way down to 21.37. That's a $2 drop. It's over 10% or about 10%. Well, we haven't seen this one for a while. Beyond Spring. Now this is sprung from 59 cents low yesterday, almost doubling. BYSI, sorry, BYSI. And let's see, 22 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. Next high looks like it's around 122 and a little too late now. After the company presented data with their drug Boy, I'm just not really seeing too much right now in terms of good solid trending. I'm sure there's something out there, but I'm not seeing what the scans that I've got, not really showing much. This MMMB was definitely interesting, but I mean, another one. I mean, look what it did. It got up to 215 after hours. It was an earnings play, and then it faded. This is shortable for me. MMMB. JetBlue continues to move down. Wow, JetBlue now is below those lows of those previous days. The next low is 732. Well, it's approaching that. After that, wow, the next low is 688. Hmm. Airlines just getting thumped. There's the ETF for the airlines, jets. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just responding to development. So I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. Back. OPGN. Let's take a look at OPGN. Is there any happening there? Yeah, so, okay, cheapy. I can't, but look at EH, guys. I mean, this looked really good. This looked really good right here. Over 11, challenging the high of yesterday. It looked really pretty good. But look at this. It's following the market now. It didn't follow the market yesterday. It was doing its own thing yesterday. China stock. It was, had no bearing what the rest of the China market was doing. But this is really giving it up. Yeah, definitely looking for short opportunities now. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Be about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see that FLNC did do the pop-up. It did do the pop-up. The bottoming tails, it had the kind of held the VWAP. VWAP was 2160. Dipped down below it a couple of times, but it kind of held it. But the market is really, really starting to give it up, guys. TPVG, it showed up. Okay, TPVG did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But, man, I wish that weren't here. Look at the, look where it is, 1184. Look at that daily chart. Look at the, there's some action right around 1160. I really wish that weren't there. Now, it had a downgrade this morning, so it just prevents me from taking it, but it did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, remember this another one from yesterday, APVO. Of course, yesterday it sold way off. It got up to 723, close way down here at 388, and now I can't even remember what the news was. This is for the APVO, but not a lot of follow. Look at that, man. This is a I'm gonna print this out. Why we have stocks, KSPN. I mean, look at this, guys. Was in at 107. I could have said, it'll come back. Now at 85 cents. It's a huge percentage drop from 107. Well, now that we have a lull, I mean, I'm just not seeing anything that I really like. So what I'll do right now is talk a little bit about my homepage, information you can see. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is $2,000. Annual standard is $1,000, less the 15%, first for both. The big difference is the AI, which is not really doing too well today, but that could turn around. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228 standard premium. You'll get the 15% discount the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you will pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual subscription, if you have a monthly right now, then you decide you want to go annual, we'll honor that 15%. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, please click on that Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos, the download and installation. for startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay, you have to do that first. I do a stock of the day video, and that's free, of course. And you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour. I think it triggered, but it's all about the market too. It's tracking the market. So it triggered 814, 1814 was the trigger, kind of holding. Even the market's moving down. This is a China stock. So it did officially trigger, did not trigger yesterday, did not get to 1814 yesterday, but it did trigger today. So how you trade it will be up to you, of course, if you trade it at all. And a big education section right here. So here's the user guide. And I mentioned the getting started is there. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, the T window, the top list window is, and what stock racing is all about. Obviously, a lot more information in the guide, but make sure you understand what the alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing is all about. Okay. And again, like any other piece of software, you don't have to learn everything that's in a guide. Here's that getting started again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. So Michael Noss will be there. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the rooms. You can head over there if you want to. Again, Michael will be there between 12 and 1. And the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos about trade ideas. And I mentioned Michael Noss. So Michael put this course together. It's all free. If you're new to trading, that's a great little resource, free resource for you, okay? Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. These two races are what you see. These are the two races that you see here. I'll explain the racing going in a bit. I'll talk about my 10-day daily breakout and down. So these are some of the scans that I'm sharing. So if you decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then my promo code. The room will get credit then. This is a free room and I get a little piece of that. Okay. So also though, if you save my homepage, you can also look at my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time. Plus this education section, I think is probably it's a good sort of encapsulation of everything that's on our webpage. I think that most people are interested in, and I've tried to put it all here. So save my link, then you have access to all this information anytime you want. RBLX short, let's take a look from PJ. Yeah, not quite right now, but yeah, I mean, it's again one of the stocks, like you're going to see virtually probably 90% of stocks are going to look like this at 8:30. The 8:30 candle green when the CPI numbers came out. So many stocks look like this, but now so many stocks look like this because of what the SPY is doing. So it's got some room, yeah, 31.73. So it's gone actually $1, and it's underneath that whole number. So I see what you're driving at, BJ. Yeah, I like it though. I mean, yeah, the longer it holds under 33 and the market continues down, And I kept backing off though, the SDGR, probably now it's going to move. Well, it is moving. Backing off this, but if you took it, your next high is 22.22, guys. Actually, I'm wrong. 2065 is your next high. So if it can somehow get through that, then 2230 is the next high. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, okay? And I'm going to want to explain the difference between a screener and a scanner. We do have screening capabilities, of course, a lot of screeners out there, but we're a real-time scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing some of my scans. We have a lot of scans that we have created. Also, if you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, you'll notice that we have a lot of theme-based channels here. So for instance, if I take a look at the momentum channel, very popular one. So these are all scans that we have created. And this is an alert window. So at the last one that hit was at 10:45 and it was GAN. Okay. Since then, there have been nothing have met the filter requirements. So what do I mean by that? So if you look at this scan that we call momentum, and just like the scans that I'm sharing, if you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Now, this is the screening aspect, the filters. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Volume is 100,000 shares, and this is kind of the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we saw, so since I put this up, there have been no stocks that have met these filter requirements and that have met a new high, made a new high for the day. Okay. So if you like this scan, you looked at that, go, you know what? I love that. I'd love to have that part of my layout. Okay. What you have to do is you have to take it out of this layout. So you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. When I do that, the scan popped on another monitor. Okay. So now at this point, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, you can save it to the cloud. One thing I would do first, though, I would right click and click on symbol linking and change it from dock window to link to all. Okay. And the reason they do that is that when it's in this, what we call a docked window, when you click on an alert, it'll load in these two charts here. So you see grits is making new highs. Okay, you can see grits is making new highs, so it loads here. But if you take this scan and you put it as part of your layout, more than likely you want to be able to click on the alert and have it load into your charts. I mean, that just makes sense, right? So that's why you've got to right click, symbol linking, and say link to all, as opposed to just the charts in the dock window. So again, if you like it the way it is, then you do that and then you save it to the cloud. Or if you thought, I love the concept, you just want to make one change though. Maybe you don't like the price range. So you click on that summary again, and I can make the change in the price, maybe 10 and 100. Maybe that's the price range I want. I wanted a different minimum volume, things like that. But I'd say, okay, you see how it's changed. Now I can say, okay. So now it's changed. And at this point, I can right click and save or share to cloud and save it into my cloud. So, and again, I'm not trying to show people like absolutely every aspect of trade ideas. I'm just trying to show you a general concept that what you can do is go into the different channels. extract scans that you like, that you think you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back, file load from cloud one at a time, and then make a layout of scans that we have created for you. Okay. Now, I do caution you, do not have so many alert windows and top list windows up in your layout that you get overwhelmed by all the alerts you're going to get. Okay. Whoa, the last time I saw SI, it was at 20. So this has dropped $1. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about this, the racing. So I think this is really important. If you're new to trading, this can be so overwhelming. Now, first of all, you're going to have to practice trading. Okay, you can't expect to just start trading immediately. Fund your account and just start trading immediately. You're going to have to practice trading. And I'll explain. We have a nice simulator here, but I want to talk about this first, the races, because you'll notice here on the right-hand side, there are 10 stocks. So the way the races are constructed is that you will be presented with a 10 stocks that you can focus on all day. So how does stocks make it in here? Well, every race stops or starts from a top list. Okay. And before we had races, the function of a top list would be this. Let's just say I wanted to see the stocks that had changed the most from the open. Okay. So as long as I have that as a column header, I've got the change from the open right here. I've got the change from the close. I've got relative volume. I can sort on any one of these columns. So I've sorted on the change from the open. So I can see right here that SMMT has moved the most, 19%, meeting the filter requirements that are in this top list. And here they are. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and at least 200,000 shares have traded and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, then it meets the filter then those stocks meet the filter requirements, and I can see the stocks that have moved the most, okay, from the open or from the close. If I double left click, there's SISI, SISI, okay, and that's great. Okay, if you want to see the stocks that are up the most from the open, up the most from the close, that's great. It's certainly can be interesting, but how are you going to use this to trade? And that's where the races come in. So I'm running 4-minute races. So when a race starts, every stock, just like any other race, starts from the same starting position. So it doesn't matter that, this one is up 18% and this one down here, pins, is only up 3.2%. What if for some reason pins just started to move? All of a sudden it's at 4%, 5%, 8%, 10% from the close. This one up here could be doing nothing. Okay. But we're always focused on the ones that are at the top here, but something could be happening that we just wouldn't be aware of. And that's where the races come in. You're always going to see the stock that's moving the most during the course of the race. And then the change from the open or the change from when the race started. So right now, GRTS is up 4% since the race started. We're 2.5 minutes into this race. Okay. So right now, Grits is up. GRTS. Data is in second place. You can click on that. You can sort of see what's happening. But you can also see that, I mean, just because Grits is up right now doesn't mean that it's going to win the race. It could start to fall, it could pull back. Some other stock could come out of nowhere and move to the top. So what happens though is that at the end of the race, there's a winner, just like any other race. And a top 10 list is automatically created for you, a watch list. So for instance, in the number one position is FLNC, but won four races today. Okay, so you click on it and you look what's happening. You see, oh, okay, it won some races. Um, it's now below the VWAP. Maybe that's not good. Or maybe, if it holds that 8 EMA, maybe I want to know about it. Grom, I know somewhere in this one. Maybe it's right at the VWAP right now. And this is why you've got to practice trading, because I'm saying things like what's at the VWAP right now, and you might be thinking, well, I don't know what that means. That's why you've got to practice trading. In fact, if you go to the 12 to 1 session in YouTube, Michael Noss is going to hammer the point home. You must have a trading plan. Okay. Now, your trading plan could be things like, I only like to trade in the first hour of the day. I only, I can't sit in front of my computer all day long. I only like stocks in this sort of a price range. Maybe I want to, specialize in being a pullback trader. So a stock is, pulling back to a certain a level, maybe a VWAP or maybe a moving average. Maybe I want to be a momentum trader. I don't mind, I'm not going to chase something, but if a stock is breaking to a new high at a consolidation and there's room when I look left, there's all sorts of things. Now, if you're starting out, you don't know what sort of a trader you're going to be. That's why you've got to practice. People's personalities are all different. So, and that's what Michael is going to hammer home. You must have a trading plan and then you stick to it. And you can't be wishy-washy about it. Within reason. If you have a trading plan and you go 6 months and 6 months you haven't made any money, obviously your trading plan isn't good. But within reason. Too many people they come up with a trading plan and it works, a week or two, and then all of a sudden one day it doesn't, and they say, I guess my trading plan doesn't work anymore. And so they scrap it and try to find something else. But if you listen to Michael, he's and he'll flat out say it. He's a boring trader. He's got to have the absolute right setup, and which everybody should have. But his setups, can be kind of boring, and he'll say it. I'm not being mean to him. But the idea now is you can click on these alerts and you can kind of see what's happening. So here's BYSI. It had a big pop up to 121. It's pulled back. You might say, well, okay, there's the VWAP at 98 or $1. What if it takes out a dollar again? Stick a price alert, stick a price alert, up in that area. And if it takes it out, maybe that might be interesting again to trade. So this gives you, just a bunch of stocks just to watch rather than having to figure out, man, I'm seeing all these symbols fly by. What do I look at? Now the other thing is that these are two races. This race here is a more volatile race. You will see some pretty big percentage moves. You could even see 10 or 15 or 20% moves. Here you will not typically, because what I did was I put a minimum market cap of 500 million shares and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So you will not see big percentage moves. It doesn't mean these aren't interesting things to take a look at. Here's Lyft. Lyft pulled back. Again, you might look at that and go, well, what happens if it can take out the VWAP again at 1224? Or if you're looking to short it, what if it gets up to the VWAP and it gets rejected and starts moving down again? Okay, so there's a lot to trading, guys. And that's why we have a simulator here. So you can practice trading using our simulator, okay? In our simulator, first of all, this is what we call this is Brokerage Plus, this window here. And unfortunately, Brokerage Plus and the racing is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. In order to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Here's your window. It'll say not connected. If you can't see that, if it's sort of shrunk, then you just have to grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out, kind of like this. Okay, like if it for whatever reason loads like that, then you just grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out. Okay, then you'll see not connected. Click on SIM underneath the brokerage plus, and now it'll say account. It will. There it goes. Click on account and then click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. So let's take a look at let's take a look at well, we'll look at the Grom. Okay, so it's over the VWAP. Okay, so if you looked at that and said, okay, why don't I take some of this? I'm not saying this is just in the simulator. Just want to show you how easy it is because when you click on a symbol, the symbol will load. You pick how many shares. Let's go 400 shares. The bid ask is a penny, so that's okay. Click on the buy button and then send it. Now you're in the trade. Okay. If you want to get out of the trade, these are some hotkeys. So if I had a series of trades, I would highlight the one I want to get out of and I would flatten it. Or I could get out of half, or I could double my position. So this is also a way in which you can practice swing trading because if I don't get out of a stock at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. So practice trading, guys. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. But unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading for real because it becomes very emotional when real money is involved. You can get in and out of trades in a simulator, it's just play money, but when real money is involved, emotions take over. So practice trading. Yeah, that SI is just getting clobbered. I should have, I saw this at 20, but little distraction. Look at this meme stock. Remember when this popped up, AMC popped up in the pre-market, just like most stocks, and it just dropped. GME probably, I think GME did the same thing. Go away. Go away. Okay. Michael just said that he will be him in our YouTube room. Okay, between 12 and 1. So again, before I take my break between 12 and 1, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. I'm watching. I can see you, sheep going to heaven. I am following your posts. Wow. Look at Nicola, guys. Look at this thing. Unbelievable. Remember this one? This was a big high flyer, NKLA. Well, we're still positive. SPY's still up, Dow's still up, NAS is still up, just not as much. But we are still positive. All right, let me check on NutX if there's anything happening here. So, here's another one. So, I mean, yesterday's high was 247. It's sitting at 2 right now. There's the VWAP, 203. So it's sitting right at the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP later on, maybe it has another run. Yeah, SDGR turned out to be, after that kind of little, that opening candle kind of got a little crazy, but man, I know most of the airlines are going to just look like this. American Airlines, AAL. Yeah, I mean, oops, that's the same one. UAL, I wanted to look at UAL. Sure, they're all about the same. Give me a moment. Moment. Okay, guys, EH had a little bit of a pop now. So I'm not giving up on this completely. I mean, if it gets over 11 again later on in the day, that may, get us going or get it going. So, the trade of the week is working pretty nicely now, guys. 1814 was the trigger, and it did not follow the market. You can see it did not follow the market, kind of held that 1814 level. And so, trade of the week is starting to work. Trade of the week, it's a free service. How do you get it? Well, just click on my homepage link. Yeah, just click on my homepage link and you'll be brought to the homepage, and there it is, trade of the week. Last week it did not trigger, but this week it has triggered. The trigger point was 1814. So at 18, what, 41 right now? How you trade it's going to be up to you. They're designed for longer term holds, but I mean, you want to trade out of it, you get into it at 1814. You want to trade out of it, go ahead, but it is designed for longer term holds. Here's another one, NVST. I mean, there's the VWAP, 3384, 3384, 3383. So, it takes the VWAP out, it might have a run for the NVST. Just clicking on some of these ones that won races before, seeing what they're doing. Seeing most of them are all pulling back more like the market. Well, I'm just not seeing too much, guys. I mean, the best one obviously was the SDGR. After the first 15 minutes or so, chopped around a little bit, but since 10:30, it's been straight up. PRE, low float runner. Let's take a look at PRE. Actually, it's not really a low float. 80 million. I mean, that's depends, what you're used to trading, of course, but 80 million is not low. Yeah, it's something a little crazy happening. Well, if you took the SDGR, your next high is 22.30. I mean, it's still got some room over a dollar to that next high. Yeah, so much for the EH. Take a look at Disney from Shady. Oh, that's been thrown out. Yeah, I mean, SBF facing up to 150. Yeah, that's been tossed out in many different media. It's never going to happen, but makes for a good headline anyway. I shouldn't say it's never going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen to that guy, but why do some of your charts have a daily red line? That can be when a stock makes a new high of the day and you'll have a red line. That's going to show you where the next high is on the daily chart. But it has to be when a stock makes a new high for the day. So if you have an alert window that's giving you new highs for the day, when you click on it, a lot of times you're going to see a red line on the daily chart. Just show, I'm pretty sure anyway, it's going to show you where the next high on the daily chart is. Look at Kodak. I know there's some conspiracy theory with this one, along with the AMC and the GME and the Bed Bath and Beyond and evil shorters. It shouldn't be happening. They're killer. You know what, Aja? Some companies are just bad companies. It's that simple. You can blame evil shorters all you, I'm just saying in general, evil shorters all you want. Some companies are just in bad businesses and they deserve to be where they are. Man, oh man, guys, I'm just yeah, clicking on stuff and just not seeing anything that I like. I mean, Summit has some promise because yesterday's high was 4, but I also know how whippy this Summit can be as SMMT. We're just in that kind of a, to me, we're in kind of a whippy day, choppy day. But it's a nice little break. SMMT. It's not a bad break on the 15-minute. And when you look left, it does have some room, and it's a low float, 18.7 million. VNDA, I did see that somewhere. VNDA, I think I had it on my screen briefly. Yeah, on the short side. Yeah. I'll be honest, guys. I'm just not too interested in this market today. Yesterday was for me, anyways, a great day. A lot of interesting action. All right, IJA, PRQR. Yeah, some volume coming in for sure. Some volume coming in. Okay, what, if anything, is there a headline for this one? I don't see any headlines for PRQR. Another Netherlands stock. Data, sort of interesting data. I mean, it does not follow the market. China stock, of course, DADA. It'd be great if it could somehow, what's the high looking left is 805. Yeah, 805 is that high looking left. So it's just a little bit above that high. It'd be great if it would just base a little bit, just over 8 for a while. Maybe pull back to the 8 level and just sort of hang there for a bit. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. Im- That's almost impossible. Who is your broker, Boomy? Or are you allowed to short? I mean, there are 84 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So there's no way in the world. It must be your account or something. It's. I think it's virtually impossible to find and Webull is big enough. They're saying they have no shorts available for Facebook Meta. It seems insane. I mean, there are 84 million in Interactive. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. So anybody else with Webull and seeing the same thing? No shorts available from Meta? So Mamba the same. Wow, that's crazy. That, that's got to be a glitch. Okay, guys, maybe I'm getting my wish here for data. DADA, just kind of pausing a bit, just over 8, pausing a bit. Maybe it has another run. Oh, look at EH. I thought this little move right there, I thought that little move right there might get it rolling again, that 1050. I was getting a little excited thinking, okay, maybe it'll redo, but not even close. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, for some reason, I had an alert for Lucid at around $8. Take a look at why I put that one in. Probably a low. Yeah, low. All-time low. Lucid, all-time low now. So this is getting interesting for me. Takes out 8. There's nothing holding it up, of course. So I'm going to hold out for the afternoon, guys. Sometimes out of nowhere, we can see some, for me anyway, can see some really interesting trades from 1:30 on. But this Lucid to me, if it takes out, I'm going to put an alert at 8:01 and see if it takes that out again. Data is still moving here, guys. Whoa, you're the Vanda, the VNDA. Wow, no kidding. All of a sudden, this has really started to drop. That had a huge drop. Nice point out by Amir in our YouTube room for Vanda, VNDA. It's now just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 10:27. Where could it keep going to before it hits some support? 924, looks like 924 in that week after that. I mean, it's just nothing underneath for Vanda VNDA. I just can't chase it down right now. Love to see it kind of base a bit. Grom right now is a sleep inducer. It's just not doing anything. GROM. Spotify pulling the plug on live shows. Is that what I heard? So pulling the plug on live audio shows. I didn't know they had any, but oh, Amanda, guys, wow. Nice. I know I had this up and running earlier, and Amir in the YouTube room said the NDA looks interesting. It sure does now. But right now, the market is stagnant. We've got this last almost an hour just kind of holding, not moving up, not moving down. Yeah, this one, guys, is a. Ooh, there's Vanda at 9 now. What if there's any news on this one after loss? Okay, so there was some news loss in the however you pronounce that Hetleo's patent case. Funny, you didn't see this in the pre-market at all. This must have happened when the market opened. Because in the pre-market, actually, it had a little pop up to 11. I think that's where I first saw it. To be honest, I think I was looking at this as a potential long play at some point. Well, let's see how well it holds this 9 level. I might have to short this if it gets to like the 880 something, because if it loses 9 in another big way. I'm talking about Vanda. Ooh, look out, guys. Look out below for Vanda, VNDA. Oh, look out below for man. Oh man, look at this thing go now. I'm talking about the VNDA. I wish I'd seen that earlier with that news. But it's interesting. That news did not hit until, well, let's see if I have a time. Well, obviously the news hit here at 10. Oh, Vanda. See, just got to wait. You just got to wait. Sometimes something. So thank you, Amir, for first of all drawing the attention to myself for this one. So even though you would have thought maybe this is way too late, there it is at 9:27 from my 10-day daily breakdown, 8:50 now, and 8:46 now. Wow. And 8:45 now, 8:42 now. Oh, all right. I've covered some at 8:27. I have no idea how much further this is going down, but I've covered some at 8:27. And that is the Vanda, VNDA. And as I said, If I got into the 80s, I would be very interested. So again, I do not give financial advice. Look at this. Oh man. See, it's amazing. I was so bored, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. And all of a sudden, boom. Okay, guys, it's 11:48. So what I'm going to do right now is just put the YouTube link in. So Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And you can, but I warn you, don't go in there without a trading plan. What do I think of Meta? Now, Meta is something I don't trade. I don't trade that price of stock, but let's just take a look, from a chart perspective. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's following the market to a certain extent. I mean, actually it's following it very closely. I'm just looking here. There's that little green bar. That's that green bar. So I mean, it's obviously Meta will drive the market too. Um, yeah, maybe if it takes out 120, but again, I don't. I'm not a big Meta. I don't follow it at all in terms of. Well, it's mainly because it's out of the price range I like. Okay, it's that simple. But it's not quite following the market. I mean, the market's putting in that red bar right there. Yes, there is a red bar there, but this is a low now, and this is not a low here. So I don't know, because there's the low of the day for it, 119.58. SPY's at the low of the day, so it still has a ways to go. It'll be my price range soon. It might be. Here's another one. I mean, I know Riven, another one that is getting almost at an all-time low, taking out to almost 25. Now the Lucid was an all-time low. Is it under 8 or is it still hanging in there? Yeah, it's still hanging around that 8 level. It's an all-time low right now, LCID. Meanwhile, the airlines are just getting killed here. NUWE, let's take a look at that one. That was a flyer in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be awfully careful with that float, okay? Now, I checked float information, and it appears that, I mean, I think Yahoo had 315,000. I think a couple of others had about a million. I think Finvid was way out. I think it had like 27 million. So this is going to be a low float situation, NUWE. And of course, at one point it was up at $60. So You just got to be really careful with NUWE. I'm actually surprised the spread is okay for this NUWE. It's just a penny, 12.90. Well, now then, just as I was saying that, it went to 12.58, 12.29, or 12.91. Sorry. So for about 5 seconds, the spread was a penny. So again, this hit 14.24 in the pre-market. But again, if you're going to take this, my advice, anybody taking this, fewer shares, wider stops. Otherwise, you'll just get whipped out, especially with the spread right now, 12.65, 12.89. But of course, it has the chance of doing, something crazy. Holding the VWAP, that's about the best I can say. Holding the VWAP, 12.59, right there. Well, this is sort of my favorite day in reverse. Sometimes my favorite day are the ones that gap way down and then recover all day. This is the different. This is the reverse of that. Gap way up and then fall all day long. Look at Mara. Oh man, Mara. I bet your Riot is around the same price now. Yeah, both Mara and Riot the same price. Of course, crypto plays. Oh, look at this one. Evil shorters. Look at Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Oh, I mean, there's people out there that think that, there's a bunch of evil shorters in this one, that, there's nothing wrong with this company. And it's only because of people shorting it that it's down like this. Give me a break. Even you, Ija, come on. Yeah, listen, this could go without me, but I'm not going to risk anything on this NUWE right now. As I say, I'm just waiting for Michael to take over in. I don't think the Fed talks today, do they? Yeah, and if they do talk, it's at 2, isn't it? I don't think they talk today, though. I may be wrong. Yeah, so it's tomorrow. Yeah, the Fed doesn't talk today. Thank you. JJ, FOMC, and the pressure. So lots of fireworks at 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Wow, look at KSPN. Today was CPI at 8:30 Eastern. That's why we had the big pop in the market. But now the market is just saying, yeah, we don't care anymore. I mean, the market's still up, but it would not surprise me if it went negative. Lifetime low. Bed Bath and Beyond now. Mr. Michael Noss is in the house. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Give me one moment, Michael, as I put my announcement in, okay? Mute. Okay, guys, in YouTube and Discord, I'm going to mute now. And we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Same. So I'm in Discord now and I'll share. So I hit go live.
Yeah, we got a problem with Discord though, Michael.
What's going on?
The problem is that it appears you can only have 50 people viewing streaming at one time. And there's nothing we can do, but not like there's not a like an upgrade to the service or anything like that. And if that's the case, then we really can't use it.
That's weird.
And that's yeah, several people told me that yesterday, people who kind of know Discord. And what happened is people were coming in and they were saying it's saying you've reached a limit. Okay. 20, in fact, one person said 25. And we probably have a way in which to get it up to 50, but then other people were saying, yeah, there's a limit of 50. And it's not like you can pay a little bit more and get 100 or 300 or whatever. So it's not the number of people in Discord, obviously, it's the how many can view your screen. So, which is a bummer because I was just getting really used to it. I kind of like it.
And there's no I guess we could use the YouTube stream for video, but that's kind of obnoxious. It makes people go to two places. That's interesting. I wonder why. I guess it must just be like a bandwidth issue on their side. It must just cost too much or something.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, you're echoing on my end. I don't know. Maybe not.
That's because you have muted me in Discord there. You just have to, like, I have you muted in Discord, so I don't hear you talk. So I only hear you in one place.
Okay, but I have muted myself in Discord also.
Yes, but you haven't muted my talking. So my talking is coming to you through Discord and through
Gotcha.
And through the other one. So yeah, so that's
gotcha. Okay.
That's what's up.
Well, I'll let you go, but yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed because I was definitely kind of liking the idea of having Discord, but we'll see. I mean,
yeah, that
we can't do it.
No,
can't do it if 50 is a maximum.
Yeah, we'll put our heads together and think there's got to be a way.
Okay,
we'll figure it out. But anyway, you go have your beers.
Yes, I will.
Just drink your sorrow away.
Okay.
And
bye.
Entertain the kids.
Okay.
Have a good one. Okay, guys. Now that Barry is gone, for those who don't know, what we do is we turn the room over and into Q&A for the reminder of the day. I'm a little bit under the weather, so my brain is marginally working. So I apologize if I fall over my words a little bit for this. But yeah, so we open this up to Q&A. We have everyone ask any questions they want. I actually have to share my screen here on stream as well. So we'll do that. There we go. Yeah, so we hang out, shoot the shit, talk markets, try to talk about trade ideas, any questions you guys have. And now is the time that we have set aside for answers. So it's something beautiful that I think that Trade Ideas does, in which we, we want to make sure that there's someone available. We understand that both trading and our software itself can be complicated. So we want to make sure that there's a lot of support for people who are willing to put in the effort and learn. So I will be here the entire time for the next hour, answering any questions you have, and I'll be trying to monitor, playing a little Barry. I've got the Discord chat room up here as well. Not the main room yet, but we'll figure something out there. So the more you guys ask away, the less I will just waffle on about markets. I'm going to be taking breaks periodically and drinks of water and all that, just because my voice, which I have to kind of talk a little bit for a living, so I have to save it the best I can. So the SPY, we obviously had that massive gap on CPI numbers. We can see right in here, as always, I forgot my Epic pen. Yeah, so what's interesting is not ever the number. So, CPI, I guess, came in less than expected. Not that that's something that I really care too much about. I'm not too concerned with the number itself. I'm always concerned with the market's reaction to it, which was initially positive, which we can see with the gap up. And then we've just been kind of selling ever since. So this trend line is very important. And I've said this for some of the live streams that I do on my own channel and other traders that I've talked to. In my opinion, the more watched, the more obvious a area or a level is, the more kind of BS will happen around that area. So this doesn't surprise me at all if we gap above and then sell under it and then maybe break back over it and sell back under it. Just because when an area is this obvious, you'll get a lot of stops and things placed around that area, a lot of stop runs, that kind of stuff going on. So this doesn't shock me. Plus, we have an action-packed week when it comes to economic numbers, right? So one website that I just go to pretty frequently is just forex.com. I don't know why. When I started to learn to trade, forexfactory.com. When I started to learn to trade, this is where my mentor would send me, and that was in 2006. And I've probably gone to this website every day since 2006. So just a creature of habit, and it just kind of color codes the economic numbers of the day and shows you, what's kind of important. So when you see a little red square, just saying that that's something that the market will consider important. So at 5:30 p.m. Australian, there's some governor Australia for people who trade international markets, that kind of thing. But so tomorrow we obviously have at 3, we have FOMC. I would make sure to, I would make sure to kind of say, hey, this is what the market's looking to next, is this next FOMC number. So I wouldn't be shocked. Again, I'm not surprised we didn't just gap and rip today, because we have this uncertainty ahead tomorrow. And then when it comes to the next day, we have more numbers, right? So we have red and a couple yellows. So we have retail sales, Empire State Manufacturing is another inflation number, Philly Fed, unemployment claims, and some sort of press conference, but that's over in Europe as well. Now we have into the day after that, we have even more. So in the morning, we have flash PMI. So this is more manufacturing related numbers. So really, when you have a week that's just that packed with economic numbers, I fully expect, right, just a lot of chop. And then going into next week, maybe they'll have digested all of that information. And by they, I mean, the large institutions that act on this kind of thing. And as soon as that's kind of acted upon, then we go, okay, now it's time to trend in whatever direction uh, the powers that be decide to. So, again, I wouldn't be shocked. Tomorrow, my game plan for FOMC days are always to take some early trades and be done, do something else for the rest of the day. So again, this is the way I kind of see things going forward and kind of shaking out. I want to learn as much as I can. Where do I see more of you? If you just Google me, Michael Noss, CMT, I have Twitter and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. So, um, you know, I'm a very Googleable individual. Looks like the SPY has an inverse head and shoulders. I have seen that. Now, head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders are generally speaking topping and bottoming patterns. So ideally, you want to see them at the top of a range or a bottom of the range. Um, but I see what you're looking at now. If you want to be true to the technical pattern, it's not an inverse head and shoulders until this low gets broken, right? Because you have your shoulder, your head, and then your other shoulder. But this neckline has to be broken before it actually triggers, right? The same as like the double top and the double bottom. A lot of people, right, they'll see this and they'll say, okay, well, that's a double bottom. It's like, well, no, it's not a double bottom until this is broken. And same with inverse head and shoulders. It's not a or head and shoulders, not a head and shoulders until this neckline is broken. So that's where you have to watch as well. Can I demo building a race on accumulating volume? I have one that I can send over to you. The problem is you need to define all those things. So you said accumulating volume and strong stocks, right? But you have to identify, right? What you consider a strong stock is going to be different from what other people consider a strong stock, and what you consider rising volume is going to be different from what other people consider rising volume. So all of these things have to be quantified before they can be put into a scan. But this one here as well basically is just looking for stocks that have increasing relative volume. So this relative volume right here number is growing. Relative volume is just basically saying this is the amount of volume that's done here today, and then combining that with everything else. So um, let me share that one over as something that you can play with. But I'll show you where. I'll show you the kind of internals of this anyway. Right, so this is essentially just looking for uh, stocks between price 1 and 100. So for you, you can just change that to 20. You said $20. Relative volume has to be near 1, and volume today has to be 1,000,000 shares. And then it's just showing you what's the biggest increase in relative volume over time. So if we go to the race setup, it says it's being sorted by relative volume, and the delta value is what's showing. So again, it's just saying this relative volume on SMMT Well, that's 3, but it seems to be increasing. So there's some increasing volume coming into SSMT, and same with GROM. 122 or 112 relative volumes, pretty wild. And that seems to be increasing as well. So this is one that, yeah, the entire float is under 1 million shares, and it's done 4 million. So it's done 4 times the float today. So this is kind of like the day trading stock du jour. Can you share your opinion on them? I can adjust as I go. I just want to understand. So yeah, that's the main concept, is that right now this is showing the largest increase in relative volume, right? And that's really all you need to know if you're looking for increases in volume, right? So you can see that from when I've loaded this up, relative volume has gone from 210 to 212. So, right, the volume on this one is just increasing faster than all the other ones out there. How does the length of time assist the objective? It's just how long you want the race to go for. It's like when do you want it to reset what it's looking at? Uh, you know, so what will happen is at the end of 2 minutes, all of this will reset, and it will say, okay, now for this, say, a 4-minute interval, because it's a 4-minute race, this is the one performing the best. And then the next one will be for that 4-minute interval, which one's doing the best. So it's whatever interval your trading plan is interested in. But all it's doing is kind of resetting the results, and it's saying for this subset, this slice of time, this is what's performing the best from a volume point of view. All right, Michael, if you were using the AVWAP, would you put the 4 orange arrows you have on the chart? I know about Brian Chan, but digging more. So anchored VWAP is just the average market participant from the area that you've drawn in. So for example, if we just clap that to the high of the S&P 500, right? The anchored VWAP is just saying that this is where we stop today on the S&P 500. Well, that's where the average market participant is. So say, for example, you had some sort of dollar cost averaging strategy, right? Where you said, hey, I'm going to buy into the market every day, right? How most people invest into stocks and instruments, right? Every second Friday or whatever. I'm going to put a couple $100 into the market and kind of let that grow. So what this does as the S&P as the volume weighted average price is just showing this is where the average market participant exists in this realm. So you could see we broke above it a little bit here and then came back down, and then it's also was resistance back here and then came back down, and now it's resistance here. But just think of it as that. This is where the average, so I use it kind of like a sentiment indicator, right? Anybody who bought from this high is still underwater. And it seems like when it approaches that point, there's some issues that occur there. Uh, you know, so what you want to do is you want to gauge, is the market, for lack of a better term, kind of happy or sad, right? Is the market, impressed with what's going on, or are they upset with what's going on? Because generally speaking, a market, and this is why I'm a trend trader by nature, is that new highs generally beget new highs, right? Because there's no bag holders in an individual type of name, right? SRPT, for example, at least for the last long period of time here, so since 2021, right, there's really no bag holders in this name. So if I take an anchor VWAP and I draw it from SRPT's high, you can see that we crossed it way back here. So the average market participant for SRPT is happy, so therefore not looking to sell. It's the same thing when I talk about people who talk about like high short float stuff, like BBBY. Everyone's like, well, BBBY is heavily shorted, therefore it should go up. It's like, well, no, because um, if you're short a stock, right, all the people who are short, everybody who has ever shorted BBY ever is making money. So why would they then go to immediately cover that position, right? It's not really the way that that works, right? You both have to have the people short and the people nervous about that short. So like ASO is something that I'm interested in here because it's got a pretty big short float. We had a gap up today and we had a pull back. If this starts to bounce and it can kind of close at or over yesterday's high right here, I'm watching this ASO um, just because, again, it's got this short float and it's hitting new highs. So that means everybody who is short is losing money in it. So it's all about gauging this sentiment and saying, okay, are people kind of happy and bullish, or are they getting upset and bearish, and trying to make sure that you're on the right side of that. So the stocks that give the biggest burst of volume on 5 minutes will win the rights. That's right. So if you changed it to 15 minutes, it would be over the 15-minute period. And then what it's doing is, so you can see that the winner of the last race was Grom. So it makes this little watch list for you here of stocks that have had explosive volume in the past. So again, it's a tool like any others. It's admittedly not one that I use too much of. I'm much more of a the races do a really good job of giving you information on the fly. Um, which is great, and it's fine for people who are good at trading things on the fly. That's just not where my skill set is. My skill set is more in planning and analyzing, and not on the fly decision making, right? So it's one of those things you have to play to your strength. So my strength, I know, is generally speaking, when it comes to my day trading and stuff, I put in all of my orders in the pre-market, all of my alerts in the pre-market, and then I don't really watch any alert windows or anything like that throughout the day, because for me, uh, I know that, again, my skill set is not trying to figure out which thing is moving right now. Uh, you know, if that works for you, that's fantastic, right? It's one of those things you have to first determine your trading plan and your mentality and all that, and then figure out the tools to use. And the beauty of trade ideas, the thing I really love about it, is that it's got something for everybody, right? So just because I don't use races a whole lot, it doesn't mean that they're bad, and it doesn't mean that other people shouldn't. It just means that for my mentality, I'm one that I can get pretty easily sucked into over trading and revenge trading, and I know this from just years and years of experience. So um, I use trade ideas and the technology to avoid those things by doing all my scanning at night, setting up my orders, kind of letting them go, that type of thing. Uh, so today, not impressed using a VWAP. It's not that they're not impressed using anchored VWAP today. It's just that that area is an area in which is being defended. Now, one thing that anchored VWAP uses a lot, and the people that are proponents of it talk about a lot, is essentially that quite often both VWAP, the intraday version that everybody knows that starts at the end of the day, and goes throughout the day, that is a place for bonuses to basically be given out. If I'm going to, for example, say I'm a large institution and I want to buy, 50 million shares of Apple, right? I'm not just going to go into the market and hit a button and have 50 million shares of Apple fill, right? It's not going to, I'm going to move the price, right? If people are going to give me, I'm going to get a lot of slippage. Maybe I move the price 2 or 3%, but on that amount of money, that's a big deal. So what I would do is maybe go to an execution broker or an execution algorithm or something to that effect and say, um, hey, I want you to fill me these shares. And I want, I have to fill 50,000 shares by the, 2 days from now or the end of the day or whatever it is. The, how am I going to determine whether or not this firm or this algorithm got me a really good price? And I'm going to do it by saying, okay, this was the average price traded at the day, which is just what the what the VWAP is. Um, and if you got me better than that price, then I'm happy because that's better than the average market participant paid for that stock on that day. And if I got worse than that price, I'm going to be sad. And so a lot of bonuses are going to be associated with different VWAP. So like the month to date VWAP. If I say, hey, you got to buy a whole bunch of this stock and you've got 1 month to do it, then the anchored VWAP for that month is going to be something that as soon as you get close to that level, there'll be a lot of trading that occurs at that level, because that's where people have to execute to try to secure their bonuses. So by knowing this, it just means that, hey, we need to take a look when it comes to these type of prices to say, yes, this is something that we're going to concern ourselves with or not. And today it looks like it's something that that obviously we're interested in. Is it better to use a top list for rising volume? Depends what you're after, right? If you want to see what's happening right now, then the race is always going to be your best thing. If you just want stuff that's doing a lot of volume today, then a top list. So a top list is kind of like a point in time, and a race is what's happening currently in the moment. So again, depends whatever your trading style is. For me, I mostly use the Market Explorer for a lot of what I do. But again, that's going to be different. It's going to be different for everybody. So someone want to talk about Holly. What do you want to talk about with Holly? Spy almost gap fill. So Holly hasn't done anything today. Makes sense. Gap up days are the hardest day trading for sure, especially gap and craps. Um, you could use several points for a VWAP intraday, pre-market high. Pre-market high maybe depending on the volume, but very commonly I know that Brian Shannon, who's kind of the godfather of this, will do things on like days like today. He will do things on anchored VWAP like this, where right. So this, let's go to maybe a 5-minute chart for the SPY, right? So we opened up and pretty much started to sell right away. So anchoring a VWAP to the high of the day for the SPY may be something in which would make sense. And basically then say, okay, if the market starts to retrace and it gets back to the anchored VWAP, wherever that is at the time, maybe that's a place to start maybe executing a trade and looking to see if you can continue. Things like that, I definitely know. The 2-day VWAP I know is very, very popular, where you anchor it from yesterday's high. You can see we are kind of pretty much right there now, right? We have this big, strong push up, and then we sit right at that anchored 2-day VWAP level. So that's one of those things that I know that's very common. But what you want is major points as well. Thank you. I want to understand the strength mention. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, that's increasing volume, not so much relative strength, but um, again, I'm not big on volume analysis myself too much, but uh some people really, really do. And if you're day trading and you're looking at day trading pretty exclusively, then yeah, volume analysis. You want to make sure you are where the action is. So volume makes sense, but um not really something I focus too much on myself currently. It's all personal preference for sure. Speaking of Holly, is it better to use the previous alerts or go to the Holly long-term channel? It's up to you. For me, I'm a very kind of stringent setup type guy. So I'll look at Holly, but I need it to fit what I'm going for, right? Um, Holly is the power of Holly comes a lot to do with new and newer traders, right? Where um, the idea behind it and kind of what we're going for is that most traders have no idea where to even get started, right? They're like, I don't know. Um, I heard trading could be interesting. I want to learn trading. And they think there's kind of like something like you would do in any other job where it's like, if you're a welder or a lawyer or whatever, there may be different fields and things like that you can play with, but it's there's like a framework in which to follow. In trading, there's not, right? There's just your own type of style. Now, um, to help with that, what we built Holly, and the beauty of it is it's got some statistical edge to it, and it puts in stop losses and profit targets, right? So most traders get in the most amount of trouble because they don't use stop losses and profit targets, right? They don't have any trade management plan. They'll look at something like I don't know, a Grom or whatever we saw that was moving big today and say, "Oh, look, this is a low float stock and it's gapped up, therefore I'm going to buy it." And that will kind of be all of the consideration attached to it, not position sizing or risk management or any of those things. And funnily enough, the things that separate good traders from bad traders is just that. Like, how much do I buy? When am I wrong? When am I right? That type of things. How am I going to take profits? That's the stuff that really matters in the end. So, um, just by kind of virtue of having a slight statistical edge and combining that with good risk management is the main kind of purpose of Holly. So for me, I just want to focus on my setups. One of the things that we are always working on in trade ideas, and we understand we have to work on, is we give everybody everything. Right? There's tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff that you can find with trade ideas. What happens a lot, and this is very specifically with newer traders, is they end up trying to look at it all. So um, I have seen very often, and even if you go back to like some of my old videos or some of Barry's old channel or Barry's old streams, you'll see it as well. Where there's lots and lots and lots of scans out there, and part of the issue with that is if you're looking at everything, then there's no way that you're following like a really disciplined type of plan. It's just not possible, right? So um, you'll notice that this is my actual setup, that I look at. I've got a daily chart, I've got a comparison chart, and I've got a bunch of scans that I kind of cycle through here, right? So this is my one that I'm just watching the overall market, and I've got some market explorer scans, but I'm not looking at. I have another layout too on another computer behind me, but I'm not looking at 1,000 different things because the the I don't want I don't want to go crazy looking at a bunch of different things. And B, I just don't think it's super valuable. I think it's super valuable to like hone in on this is your setup, and I'm going to only focus on that setup until you master to some degree. I don't really like that term, but until you master that particular setup, right? Anybody can look at a million different charts and all that kind of stuff. Uh, I basically, and I used to be a pretty big fitness buff. I'm an older dad now, so not so much. But the kind of the parallels that I draw is exercise, right? So if you go into a gym and your goal is to use every single machine there, uh, and that's your job, you're like, hey, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at every machine that there is, and just touch every machine for 1 second. That's not going to be a good workout, right? The best workouts are, these are like the 3 or 4 movements that I'm going to do, and I'm going to perfect those, and I'm going to do those daily, right? If you see people really serious on the gym, they're in the, they're doing squats, they're doing bench press, they're doing pull-ups, they're doing like really like rudimentary type movements, but they've gotten really, really good at them. And kind of focusing on those things over time, right? Yeah, I can share this later. I don't think there's anything exclusive in this doc. So, oh yeah, oh, that's an inch. I didn't even know we had that error message. That was kind of cool. The only thing is this won't work. You'll have to populate this with whatever symbol list you want. This, and I can't really share it through YouTube, but this is just a symbol list that I have for all of the ETFs that I watch. And I just sort them. These are positioned in different ranges. So I can look at this and I can say, okay, OIH is at the highest end of its range for all of the things that I watch, and RCD, which is consumer discretionary, and block, which is data sharing, that kind of thing, is doing the worst, right? So I can quickly scan through and see what sectors are doing the best in the work, kind of thing, right? Thanks. I have ETFs from Chris. Yeah, I bet you Chris's ETF list is pretty similar to mine. It'll be a little different, but of course, but and then yeah, I have this Market Explorer scan, but I cycle through a lot of these between TI Strength and the support and resistance scanners. I like a lot. I'm not big on the indicator moving average type stuff, but yeah, someone mentioned this double inside week. I really like this as a way to find stocks that are kind of basing and consolidating. So this is sorting it by position in 20-week range, which is roughly 6 months worth of action. If you go to the weekly chart, right, it basically just means that this week is inside of last week's, and then last week is inside the week before then. But really what that means, just looking at the daily chart, is you get a lot of these just consolidations, right? These kind of tight kind of movements. So I scan through this one periodically to look for ones that are holding up pretty high in their 6-month range, which we're seeing here, and are just consolidating, looking for something that potentially has like this. This one's kind of interesting, right? It has potential kind of breakout potential, but that's it. It's and I'm a massive nerd. I used to play StarCraft. There might be one guy who kind of knows somewhat competitively. And StarCraft was a lot about building strategies and this type of things to counter different type of movements and all of that. And one thing when you were building your strategies within StarCraft that people would always teach you is that A strategy is complete not when anything else can be added, but it's when nothing else can be taken away. Essentially, just meaning that uh, the simpler your strategy and the simpler your setup, I promise you, in the long run, the better off you'll be. What you have to do is you have to battle a lot of FOMO, right? Because you have to understand that when you're trading, there'll always be something that you miss, right? Every day, even if you have 17 monitors and you have every scanner in the world open, there's going to be stuff that you miss. And as soon as you kind of just get okay with that, um, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to miss stuff, but that's fine. As long as I get the stuff that's based off my plan, then away we go, right? If you want to see 1 minute volume spikes, I would just use the 1 minute volume spike alert, right? So if you go into the alert window, we have, and again, the easiest way is just to go in, hit the search tab, 1 minute volume spike. So I would just use that 1 minute volume spike alert. So that's a fairly easy one for us. We do a lot when it comes to volume spikes as a company. Myself, I don't do a lot when it comes to volume spikes, but that's just my own stuff. What kind of oscillator is Barry using that he says you created? So first of all, no, you cannot create your own oscillator. Everything in the system, the more people that have access to the internals of the system, the more expensive everything is, the more it would cost. But I'm sure you're talking about this one here. I've explained it a few times. I know Barry has as well, so I'll go fairly quick. But essentially, it's reading the candlesticks and it's deciding whether or not there is more uh, or less bullish or bearish candlesticks in whatever look back period you decide, right? So when you see kind of spikes like this, it's just showing that through this period there's more and more bullish candlesticks, and then through this period there's more and more bearish candlesticks. The idea being that if you see something that's kind of contrary, if you see like here a downward movement but there's more bullish candlesticks happening, and here you see an upward movement but there's more bearish candlesticks happening, that you may be close to kind of an end of trend. The idea that a candlestick pattern basically just shows you what's happening on a lower time frame. So on so yeah, on lower time frames. So a daily candlestick is basically just telling you the movement that happened intraday, right? So if you have a daily hammer candle, right, all that's showing you is that at some point today we kind of opened right here, it sold off, and then it came back to roughly that price, and then it closed right there. So it's just showing you what happened intraday. So when Barry's looking at a 15-minute chart, which I think he uses this on frequently, and he's using the candlestick pattern rec, well, you can see that actually we're getting some increase on this one as it's kind of pulling back, just saying that inside these candles there's a lot more kind of this bullish type of action. So it's meant to kind of look under the hoods. How many candles? I read Oliver Velez. Not to disparage anybody directly, but I would Google very closely Oliver Velez's name, um, and maybe combine that Google with SEC or CFTC or one of those regulatory bodies, you know. But that's all I'll say about that. He said there's an inevitable snapback, either bullish or bearish. I have no idea what that is saying for him, but I would be cautious with that type of advice and that type of flaunting of numbers. But no, it's how many, however long your look back is, you can customize it, right? So what's going to happen is if you go into the indicator and you hit edit, this is how long it's looking back. It defaults to 24. Just because in my testing, that seemed to be kind of the best to smooth things out without going crazy. But yeah, so, we're seeing a little bit of an uptick here as this thing's pulling back. The idea being is that, right, if you see a stock moving down, and this is the same with RSI and MACD and everything, um, and you see the indicator moving down, if everything's cooperating, there's really nothing to be learned from it. If something's disagreeing, then it might be something to kind of pay attention to. How did I do that look back? So just right click and under indicators, or you can click the indicator button that we have right here on the charts, and that brings up your indicator box here. And then there's add or edit. So if you want to add an indicator, you could do so here. If you want to edit your indicators, you can just do that right here. This is where you can remove indicators or change the look back. You can see that there's periods, just 24. So you can make that more or less. Again, this indicator is not open to the public yet. It will be part of the premium package, and it will come with kind of a suite of different scanners and things as well. We're just waiting for our big server move, which I'm sure you've heard Barry talk about a few times. We're moving to more cloud computers as well, right? That's how you change. No problem. That's how you change any indicator, right? So if you put in a moving average and you want to change it to a different length, or it's even where you change colors and everything, you just right click on the indicator, you go to edit, right? So right now I have this as an 8 EMA in black, but if I want to change the color, I can go through and uh, I can change that like that, and then just hit save, and then it changes on the chart there as well. So that's just how you edit all of that fun stuff. Let's another look at the SPY here. So yeah, this will be this has got to be the area that you kind of take a bet. Just on another screen, I did buy just a little bit of um is it TQQQ? Yeah, just a counter trend nibble for a potential scalp. All right, we pull back. We got this little hammer candle on 15-minute. I just picked some up and said if we break lows and stop out, I am fairly unconfident that the trade will work out, but that's one of those things. If I can get a little bit of a pop into the 2250 or something like that, will go as well, right? I saw a few stocks that you mentioned on Friday popped up. Could you update on some? I don't. Well, first of all, I don't give picks, right? These are stocks that I'm watching, right? I figure that everyone who follows me is an adult and has their own trading plan and all that stuff. So, I don't give picks. These are just things that I'm watching, and some people come to my YouTube channel sometime and take a look. But most of those I purchased and I still hold some. So GFF, I bought some into kind of this area right here, so I'm up a little bit on that. These are meant to be hold. I'll hold them for a long period of time. ARHS. I haven't taken anything on that one yet. HBSN. This one I haven't taken anything on either. Well, I had a trade in this one earlier, kind of in this area, but no update to that. So I can see what else I've got on the go. Where is it? I do most of my swing trading on the close, so I don't really open up too much. And most of my stuff is doing the same thing as the market, gapped up pretty nicely. So I bought some ramp yesterday, just right in here. Right, that gapped up. Looks like it's coming in a bit, but I haven't touched it yet. I bought some AMAT. On the close yesterday. That may have hit a partial. I think I had a partial up on that one at around 115. So that probably got hit. I think it may have been 115.50. Looks like it may have. I'd have to check. But yeah, there's just, this is my particular trading style because I look for stocks moving higher and having some sort of consolidation and look for that trend to continue, knowing that I'll be wrong roughly half the time, but in the long run, hopefully break even. One more question. Sorry. No, it's fine. Is there an autosave in interval? No, there's not. There may be. You kind of stumped me on that one. It's probably under documents. Yeah, TI Pro. Backups. Yeah, so it looks like there is. Yeah, these back up periodically. These are all layout files. I always suggest, like every time I get up from the computer, I just save into it into the cloud. The cloud's going to be the way to go. Yeah, and then every time you close it, make sure you save it. I always recommend saving it into the cloud, though, periodically throughout the day, right? Just file, save or share to cloud, and then just click entire layout and then click save. The reason for that is basically just to, if you are going to save the entire layout, If your computer just like melts, which I've actually had, I've had happen before. I've had hard drives just kind of go kaput. You have the benefit of the fact that as soon as you sign in again somewhere else, your layout's right there. So I remember when I had a hard drive blow up one time, I was just super happy that of all the things I had to set up with a new computer, Trade Ideas wasn't one of them, which made me very happy.
Okay, I guess I'll whisper. Somebody said I'm going to whisper in your ear, so I'm going to whisper. It's interesting you talk about saving things to the cloud every 15 minutes or whatever. Um, is there any reason? The reason I don't do that is because then I've got as you know, it doesn't overwrite. It just keeps putting a new layout in the cloud, and I find that what happens is when you try to go to configure and you do that over and over and over and over again, it can really slow it down. I spend a lot of time having to clean up my cloud to get rid of duplicates. And do you know if there's any reason why we can't have an option that
I
when you
thought if
save to the
you
cloud?
no, I don't. There
Because you
should
can do
be.
that, of course, saving to your local computer.
Yeah.
It'll say, do you want to overwrite, yes or no? But there's nothing like that when you save to the cloud. And so
What
what
I
you're
do,
saying,
what I do a lot
mhm.
of is I just name it all layout, right? So then if I go to my cloud and I just search for layout, will be probably tons. Um, right? I can just kind of copy all of these and just like, so here's a bunch from 2018 that I'm probably not going to need. So I can just
So
highlight a
you're
bunch of
you'll
them and hit delete.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know you can do
You
that,
know,
but I was wondering, is there any real reason why you can't have an option like when you save to your computer, you want to overwrite yes or no? And I think I can't. I mean, there has to be a way. I mean, I can't understand in this day and age, the man on the moon.
no,
But no, seriously. I mean,
I
I
would
don't
just add
understand why
a,
we.
I would just add a request for that. I don't think that's,
Oh, are you kidding? I've been asking for that for years.
well, now that
For
we have
years.
Jira, if it's not, if you
Yeah,
don't add
right.
it to Jira, it doesn't happen, right?
Well,
Jira's, Jira's the overlord.
all right. Well, I'll ask Chris McKay and ask him just briefly because it's not really a JIRA. I mean, I understand it's not like a bug or anything like that, but I'll ask him to say, like, is there technically a reason why we can't do that?
I wouldn't
Because,
imagine.
yeah,
Well, not that I know. I'm just not that I know any of that kind of stuff, but
yeah.
yeah, it seems like it should be doable.
Okay. Well, I'm going to quote you on that, okay?
Okay,
Because, okay.
you can do that.
All
Why
right.
not? It'll probably
Why not?
be it'll probably be the least thing that I'll get in trouble for of all the
I was
things
just
I'll
going to
get in trouble
say.
for. So
I was just going to say. No, they might say, "My goodness, that was a great idea by Michael." So all the other bad things he's done, that's wiped out.
yeah, sure. So what are you thinking, Barry? Are we filled the gap here? Is that it? Are we bouncing? Are we ripping
You
into
mean
the
on the spy?
close? Or yeah,
Well, it's funny because I mentioned in the room, it wouldn't surprise me at all if everything went negative, and I guess we're almost there. The Dow's down, SPY is basically flat, and NAS is, yeah. I mean, if I had to guess, I would say we're going down further. I mean, I think we had a nice the blip in the pre-market with the CPI numbers, and everybody's joyous and happy and saying, "I guess that's it," and then reality sets in again, and so my guess is that we're not going to hold this, and probably
I
a down day tomorrow.
yeah, I think I'm well. I think I'm
Well, then
inclined to
Fed is
put
tomorrow too.
yeah.
Fed is
Well, then
tomorrow.
we've got Fed tomorrow, and then we've got retail, and then we've got more inflation stuff. So like every day this week except Monday, there's like a massive
Yeah.
economic number. So that's kind of what I was telling people in the room here too. Is just I expect just like crap. Like just it's just going to
Yeah.
be a choppy. It's a week for day traders. Uh, it's not going to be a week. I know for me as a swing trader, I know it's going to be a frustrating week, but
Right.
um, yeah, just the way it works, right? So
Well, I mean, with the CPI numbers, I mean, all I read in the pre-market, before the CPI numbers came out, they said, well, if they're good, then more than likely it'll only be a 50 rise. If they're bad, it'll be probably a 75. Now, who knows? Because, they were good. And so if you're pointing to a 50 point tomorrow, but now that the market looks like it's going to go negative, what does that mean? I don't know. I really haven't got a clue, but we'll find out tomorrow for sure, 2 o'clock. And then don't forget at 2:30, um, they have the discussion. So it's a sort of a double whammy tomorrow.
yeah, well, it's my the way I deal with those days is just, hopefully I make a few bucks early on on a couple
Hmm.
good trades and then just shut it down because there is a lot of excitement and there's a lot of fun you can have with it, but those days where the market like takes out new highs and then new lows and then new highs again, it's just like I'm just too old, too old
You're
to
too old.
to deal with
Jeez.
that stuff.
Well, yeah, and as somebody who intraday trades, I mean, it doesn't really affect me that much because I'm in usually nothing that's going to get affected by whatever the market does. So it doesn't really bother me that much. Though, I won't trade between 2:30 typically, just because I'm enjoying the show. I just want to see the gyrations of the market, and I don't want to be bothered trading. But typically, this stuff. Did you see that NUWE today?
And you don't. No, I live in my own little bubble, Barry. If I
I
just
know, but I'm trying
if
to
I don't
expand your
see it the
bubble.
night before, then oh yeah, that was a good one.
That's a good
Yeah.
one. Look at the float on it. It's about 315,000. I've actually gone to three different or float checker, and three of them have above that, and two I don't think it's been adjusted for the float because FinViz says 28 million. So I don't
Yeah.
think they have adjusted for the reverse split that it had. But just craziness. That was a $60 stock not that long ago. So that's all traders look at, as you know, Michael.
Well,
They
yeah,
look
and
at
I've
something
I've
that
I've been playing
that
a
that
bit, right? So I've got these two topless here. I have micro floats and then float
yes,
rotations just to see,
yes.
every now and then I get bored and I want to have a little fun.
Well, you made it
You
like a
know,
bandit on that one a couple of weeks ago. That one that was under $1, and I don't know what it ended up at. I don't even remember the name of the symbol
oh
anymore.
yeah, I
But
don't
I
remember that
mean,
either. That was
it was
awesome.
uh, it was awesome. It truly was awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
but then
the
every
thing
day since then, I haven't
every
done like
day
I think I and what I'm doing is again just trying to automate it also, just trying to put out
was
um
RNAS. It was RNAZ.
that's it. I remember that one.
I don't
So
know
is that
why I
like
remember it,
back
but
down? Oh
oh
yeah,
yeah,
that crazy thing. So
oh yeah.
that's you know, yeah, there's some fun to be having them, but so the one I have here is float rotation. I think that might be the way to look at it more than anything, as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to with that float turnover filter that we built,
Right. Yeah.
right? So this NWE is like 5. So
Mm-hmm.
it tells you that you're just inside, you're just dealing with a day trading kind of thing. I was
Yeah.
actually, if you had the cojones, I was thinking what would be interesting is if you looked at some of these crazy movers and they're doing like 2 or 3 float rotation, right? So they're trading their entire float more than once. That kind of tells you that it's only short-term traders that are interested in this thing, right? Because
Sure.
nobody's holding it for any length of time, right? They're in, they're out.
Right.
Um,
In and
so
out,
does
in and
that
out, in
make
and out, in and out. Yeah.
yeah, does that make them like great shorts the next day? Trying to find the borrow on some of these things, I think would probably be the
Oh
main part
yeah.
of it. But most of all of these things will be back, and then you see something like so this SHPH. I actually have some of this as a swing. Um, I picked up some
What?
more while I was on stream here over this high at 270.
Hmm.
This one's only done a third of its float. So that gives me a little bit more confident that there might actually be people buying this for some sort of reason. But then you look at like what this Grom, it's done 218 or 220 times its float today. So no one's
Right.
buying this thing because they like the fundamentals. It's a like these are mini pyramid schemes, right? It's like
Hmm.
everybody is into
Yeah.
the stock because everybody likes the stock, and it's if you're in quick and out quick, you'll be happy, and if you're left holding the bag, you'll have a bad time. So I just wonder if that means there's maybe a short here on Grom tomorrow. If we break under today's lows, right? We break under like 245, maybe this thing will continue to a buck or under a buck.
Depends on who your broker is, of course. Yeah, Interactive Brokers, none available right now. But yeah,
But
but
that
you're just talking in general. I understand. You're just
well,
talking in
yeah, and I,
general.
What I'm just wondering with so there's none available right now, but will there be some available
Right.
tomorrow after everyone forgets about it? Because everyone's going to
Yeah.
forget about this thing tomorrow, right?
Hmm.
Um, so I sometimes find like that was actually the first AI algorithm I built was a second day play, because I always find that sometimes the second and the third day, when everyone's kind of packed on and moved on to the next thing, you get the cleanest moves because when they start to move and they start to pick up, you get everyone kind of coming back in, and hopefully by then you're already in, right? So
Right.
um, I don't know, just I spitball ideas, and then you got to sit down and do the work and see if they work. But always experimenting with new stuff.
Hmm.
All right, Barry, I'm gonna rest my voice a bit. I'm feeling a little under the weather, but I'll see you over
Oh, okay.
at the marketing meeting,
You will. Okay,
and
Michael. Thanks.
where I won't be talking very much there either.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Hey, you too. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I am now back. Let me just get my music going. One moment. Then I gotta get the other two streams going. All right, guys, I'm back in all three rooms. Okay, so that was an expensive lunch break for me because let me just because just as I was this NUWE. So what I saw here, this is when this is right at noon. So remember, this is when I took my break, or this is the 11:45 candle. But until we see that candle, that's the 12 o'clock candle. So that's when I'm on my break. If I'd been here, this was beautiful. Even though it is insanely risky, and we've got, and somebody was asking me about the float. Well, three of the five have the float in that range of say, 3 to 500,000 shares. Okay, and the other two, it's possible, yeah, they haven't adjusted for the split because they're both at about 28 million. But if you look at NUWE, look how it held the VWAP. Number one, let's get a big chart of it. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so that purple line there, that's the VWAP. So you can see how it held the VWAP here on that 11:45 candle, and also, of course, at the 12 o'clock candle. But also, now this is not quite a classic. This one is, let's see, I was going to say a red bar ignored. It's not quite a red bar ignored because the top of that red candle is a little bit above the high of that. High right there is 1285 and the high there is 1295. So it's not quite a red bar ignored, though this one high is 1245, and that's 1246. So that actually right there was a red bar ignored. And again, this right there signifies potential bullish pattern. And so if I'd been around, I would have almost for sure taken this trade about 13. Okay, right at the high, because what happens is you look at it this way: you've got an uptrend, you've got a pause in the uptrend, and then the trend continues. And if that candle goes above the high of that previous red candle, that is kind of your trigger. And so that's about 1295. So had I been around watching it hold a VWAP, doing this little red bar ignored probably I would have taken some as best I could around 13. And that was almost straight up to 16.50. So that was an expensive lunch. So, Jonathan, it's easy enough for you to create your own float rotation. Okay, you just use the filter. Okay, I'll show you. As far as his micro float layout, I think I may have saved. I think he. Let me just see if I've still got something. I know he put something in a while back. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't. But listen, you can create your own very simply. Okay, this is the filter you use, and after that, you can just put in your own price ranges and minimum volume and all. But this is the filter you use. Okay, so I'm going to click on an alert window. Whether you do it from an alert window or a top list window, that's up to you. But if I right click and then click on configure, and then type in click on the search and then type in float. Okay, float turnover. That's what it's called. Okay, float turnover. So you could, you do a couple of things here. If you wanted to make sure that a stock had turned the float over twice or three times minimum, then you can use the filter, add the filter, and put in the min, whatever that number is. Or you can create a top list, okay, with that as a column header, and then sort on it and see what the top ones are, if that makes sense. But after that, it's really just a matter of then you putting in whatever price range of stocks you like, what minimum volume you might want to see, things like that. But that's the filter. Nothing magic about it. I mean, it's really up to you though. I think afterwards, price range, volume. But yes, just use that float turnover filter. And again, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, um, float turnover is whatever we have as a float. For instance, that we have 315,000 shares in this float for NUWE. So you divide that into how many shares it's actually traded. So you would divide 315,000 into 1.74 million, and that's your ratio. That would be your float turnover. And if somebody says, well, how can a stock trade more than its float? That's because, as we were talking in the YouTube room, people are just buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. I could buy and sell that 10 times a day, and that keeps adding to the volume. So if enough people are doing that, and that's when you get these huge float turnovers. Okay, let's see. Maybe keep an eye on Fluence here, guys. Fluence, FLNC. Maybe it's on to a little bit of a base now. Okay, but the problem is, yeah, 2148 is the VWAP. So you're sort of stuck between the current price and the VWAP, which isn't too far away. So this was one of the movers in the pre-market, collaboration with Glaxo, GSK. Okay, this is what this WVE, some kind of a collaboration. It could be worth up to $3.3 billion in milestone payments. See, there's your eye-catching headline. For this little company doing a collaboration deal with GSK. I'll bet I haven't got it up and running, Jonathan. Yeah, I'll bet in the gap up and reverse for sure. Because a lot of, yeah, well, of course, gap up and reverse. So I have none of that Vanda left. It still could take out that 8, but I have none of this left. This was a great short for a while, the VNDA. Yeah, to me, the WVE, unfortunately, to me, it looks like it's just got too much resistance between here and 5, 468 and to 5. Zero. Well, it'll be interesting again tomorrow, to see whether it's going to be 50 or 75. I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room. What I read this morning before we had the CPI numbers is that if they were good, then more than likely it'd be a 50. If it were bad, it would be 75. Now what? So at that point, yay! But it's given it all up. So who knows? And then of course at 2:30 we have the discussion. So we'll have 2 o'clock and 2:30 where we'll have some big spy swings. Whoa! Just speaking about the Vanda, look at this now. Just broke down underneath 8. No, 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 no. I mean, this is not a lifetime low for Van. I don't even know where that would be. Let's take a look. The monthly chart. To go back a few months. Yeah, so we don't even have. Wait a minute, I'm wrong. Sorry. Just had to scroll a little bit more. So 797. So it looks like we do have a low here. This is back in 2000, I mean, 2016. Who cares? I mean, this is basically, an all-time low. I mean, I don't care what happened 7 years ago. This low here is at 712. So maybe that's early 2020. Ooh, here's another one, guys. An all-time low, basically an all-time low. ERAS. This is I don't know if this is shortable. It is shortable for me. I guess this was an IPO back here. Yeah, ERAS. Disaster. Is NUWE doing? Yeah, very, very risky. But, again, as I said just before I took my break, if you're going to take this one, take fewer shares and have to have a wider stop. Otherwise, you'll probably get stopped out left and right. Well, the VWAP's at 1396 now for NUWE. Okay, I'm watching the Vanda again, guys. I may reshort this if it takes out that 8 again and gets down into the say 790s. I may reshort it. Again, not a recommendation to do the same, but just pointing out what I may do if it gets back down into the low 790s. I'm going to stick an alert around 796 and see if it takes that out again. Hmm. Look at PCRX. What a big down day. I haven't really seen this one, but look at this straight down. PCRX. Needham reaffirms their buy rating. I don't know what price they're putting on it, but this is, I'm just trying to see any specific reason. So they're trading lower after the company reported preliminary net product sales of 57 million. So they don't have, I don't even know when their earnings date is. Anyway, obviously that's not what the analysts or people were expecting. So where is any support for this one? So there is a low here, 38.46. That is over 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I don't know if that'll hold it up. Some volume coming in to that PCRX. So you're saying you might short it if it gets down to 38.50. UMC is curling. Okay, let's take a look at UMC. What's the float? Big float. 2.5 billion in the float. Going to take a bunch to move it. That's the issue, really. It's going to take a lot to move it. And to me, anyway, vamonos. Let's go. 732 looks like there's a lot of resistance. You've got the VWAP just on top of it, 730. You've got the 200-day moving average at 741. You've got all this. I just don't think it's going to have enough to move. My opinion, of course, that's all. But I mean, that float is huge. All right, Vanda, you're going to do it. You're going to get down to the low 790s. Okay, I want to do a little poll here, guys. Looks like we've got about 70 or 80 people in our Discord room. Can somebody's who is in there, can you can somebody say I'm in, but I cannot see your screen? Because we're starting to get some conflicting information here about the limit. Yeah. So what I'm looking for though is somebody who is in YouTube, right? Not YouTube, not YouTube, in our Discord room, who is in. They can hear me, but they can't see my screen, and they know how to see it if they wanted to. No, there's just people who just follow sheep. Okay. Most people don't post in any room you go to. Most people don't post. No, you don't have to post a screenshot. I'm just interested more in somebody who happens to be in our Discord room who is listening to me but cannot see my screen because they encountered some kind of a message saying you've reached a limit or something like that. See, as Scott is saying, I'm not sure there's a limit for viewing a screen share, but there is for a webcam share, which makes sense because then that's competing, I guess, with Zoom and all that. But yeah, the problem, Slack host chat room. Don't know what you mean by that. The problem was yesterday that people were getting into the Discord room and then not able to see my screen. And it seemed to be because some limit of 25 or 50 had been reached of people trying to see my screen. Now, we can have as many people as you want in the room, but it seemed to be a limitation on how many people could actually see the screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. We use Slack. Yeah. We use Slack as our internal messaging. Yeah. The problem is I have to know if somebody tries to go in there now. Like yesterday, people were having a problem because they had an error message saying like some kind of a 25 limit had been reached, which seemed to imply I don't even think we have that option though, Sheep. Above 50, Discord wants some. I mean, we're willing to pay money if that's what it would do. But it appeared that we can't even do that. Okay, Vanda. Come on, a little bit more and I'm in. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to figure it out. I really like Discord. I mean, I'm getting quite used to it now, and I kind of like the presentation, and I have a lot of flexibility. I know for some, you may not. I mean, it's the same, really, guys. It's the same. Here are your tabs right there. Same tabs as we've got here. Same tabs. So it's just, they're just in a column as opposed to a row. And as I understand it, once you sign up for Discord, it's a lot easier than to get into this room than here, where you have a few clicks to get in. Anyway, we're going to. Yeah, I see a message. If above 50, the room is locked. Exactly. So I don't know what that means. Yeah, I can give you a link. Because in order to see my screen, you've got to click on my name. You've got to be able to find my name. So it's possible we've got a lot of people in Discord that aren't, they're just listening to me and they're not trying to see my screen. They don't know how, you see. So the market's having a bit of a recovery here, guys. Yeah, a little bounce action. So now the Dow has actually gone positive. Interesting, good, interesting action on the SPY, guys. So I'm continuing to watch 791. If we get a bid of 791, 793 bid ask on the Vanda, I'm probably going to take it at the 791. And I'll just put an 8 stop on it if it happens. All right, well, here, moment of truth again for NUWE coming into the VWAP 14, coming into it. Will it hold it again? Or will this shake the resolve of people to get into it again? Because that's a pretty big pullback. We didn't really have that sort of a pullback. At the beginning we had a little, but from 11 o'clock on, it's been kind of straight up, other than a couple of pauses. This is a pretty big pullback. In other words, we didn't see here or here 3 or 4 or 5 red bars in a row and then a pop. So we'll see what happens at the VWAP for NUWE. So guys, I think what I'm going to do is there is a marketing meeting at 2, and I never know how long these things are going to go. So I'm going to do my video now. Okay. Time is it now? 1:32. So I'll do my video. They don't usually take too long if I don't make any mistakes. So I'll put myself on mute and I should be back. Just to be on the safe side, I'll say 1:45. Okay. And now mute everything. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, let me try to read what you just said there, Shady. Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting what you're saying. I guess it really depends. I mean, I really don't know how many people actually want to see my screen all day long versus just listen to me. I've never really asked that question. And on YouTube, of course, it's delayed. There's about I think a 10-second or an 8-second delay with YouTube. YouTube definitely has a delay. I mean, they put it on. I mean, it's not us. They put on a delay. I think it's 8 seconds. Oh, okay, guys. Well, Vanda didn't give it to me. Okay, so I am going to forget about it for a while anyway. I was waiting for 791 and it didn't happen. 791 bid just didn't happen. Meanwhile, WVE, let me think through that though. So Discord for chat and audio, sure, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it means though that then they've got to go to another website if they do want to see my screen, and that I hear you. Are you still in G Triple I? I'm not. I thought you turfed it, or did you get back in it? Are you talking G Triple I or GII? You're talking G Triple I, right? Not GII. Yeah. No, I thought you got out of it. I did. Okay, Vanda. Well, you have my interest again. So nice little break though here. It is a nice little break for G Triple I. Out of that, I hate to call it consolidation, but this whole area right there. And then on volume. All right, guys, I'm still watching the Vanda, just in case. This one, I mean, this could be one of those ones where I look at and say, there's got to be too much resistance at 5, and then I look later and it's at 540. You know, I'm not saying that's going to happen, of course, but WVE, I mean, you would, you know, they are definitely, I mean, an eye-catching headline. Oh, this is the Vanda, sorry. Definitely an eye-catching headline for WVE with collaboration with GSK. Now, understand, of course, that all these big pharmas, that's what they do. They'll let these guys do the grunt work, and if something happens, they buy. It's sort of like if you're familiar with the junior miners. The junior miner rarely takes the mine and develops it and mines it and all that. What they do is they discover it, and then some big guy takes them over. And so this is sort of the same thing as I think with these. So consequently, you'll see a lot of the big miners. They've got all sorts of little deals with these junior miners who are out hoping and praying that they come, hit the mother lode. But they rarely get involved in the actual production of the ore and refining and all that. Yeah, SDGR does look still pretty good. I mean, had a little pullback to the 70s, I think, right? To the maybe the 50s, but it still looks decent. To back this weekly out though to see. Yeah, so again, that 2230 is still in sight. 2230, that is the next high looking left. This SHPH is holding the VWAP, guys. Another wild one, but SHPH is holding the VWAP. The VWAP is at 306, so it's holding it, trying to hold it anyway. All right, ASRT as Sertio, ASRT on the move here. All right, guys, I'm not seeing. Well, let's see again. This holding the VWAP, that's very interesting. Again, the SHPH holding the VWAP. Argument to be made maybe for something over 320, away from the VWAP and maybe starts to move. What was the high today? 334 and the high 340 over here. Again, very risky. Michael Noss surprised the heck out of me, though. He said he's actually swinging this one because he's a super conservative trader. Okay, Vanda. So we're at 92, 93, 91, 93. Thing is, all right. Now I'll be in this marketing meeting, so I'm gonna have to watch this one. All right. Well, I actually got a little fill at 91. That's what I was trying to get in at. So we'll see. But I'm going to be in a marketing meeting, so I'm going to have to pay attention to that. Hmm. Nice bounce for you, Zach. I don't know if you took that one. The RVLX on when the market was doing this. I saw that was in your bounce scanner. 3161. So even if you waited for that to come back, not terrible. Okay. Scott said he saw 30 at one point, 30 at 70 at one point. So that's what he said. That was at 120. That was at 120. So maybe 30 dropped off. I don't know. Looks like we have about 70 watching now. I'm not sure there's a limit for viewing a screen share, but there is for a webcam share, seeing some conflicting information. Anyway, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting. We're certainly going to talk about it. Coin earning its name. Unbelievable. All right, Vanda. Didn't George work for Vandalay or something? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Okay, so I'll be in this meeting. How am I getting that number? I don't know. It was Scott. He just, this is within Slack. Scott is our sort of our marketing guy. Okay, that's sort of he is. So he just told me in Slack that I don't know how he's getting that number, but I'll be talking to him very soon. 4 minutes. Okay, guys, I put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm still kind of trying to hold on to this Vanda. I almost got rid of it when it got into the 70s, but I was hoping for a bit more of a collapse. So it's basically where I shorted it. So we'll see what happens from here. That's the VNDA. Yeah, Mitch, boy, what a pop it had. MTCH. Wow, this is driving me crazy. This. You know, the SDGR may be getting ready for one last little move here, guys. It still has that high of 2218, sorry, 2230. 2230 is the next high looking left. So that's certainly far enough away, excuse me, away. So I like the way it's basing. I like the way this is basing. We get some volume. Now, the only issue is this histogram. Histogram is basically trying to tell us that there are more bearish candles than bullish candlestick patterns. Now, look, it's nothing, it's not infallible, of course, but that's what it's trying to tell me right now. I'd like to see some bigger bars. Okay, that got me out of the van, basically flat. Got a little greedy on it. Thought maybe it could get into the 60s or even the 50s, but so I am watching this SDGR. What's the spread like on this? Yeah, so the spread's okay. 2 cent spread, 2107, 2109. Let's see if it looks. See, it looks different. You see, this is the challenge. Look at it on a 5 minute. Look at the histogram on a 5 minute. See those bars? Nice tall bars there. Just not catching up on the 15s. Well, I think this has to be watched. I mean, the high of today is 2108, 2108. The high today is 2111. I think if it takes 2111 out, we may have a little bit of an end of the day run. So I'm going to stick an alert at 2114. I'll keep an eye on this histogram. I'd love to see a big jump, big bar here. Yeah, another one making an all-time low. ONDS making an all-time low. Ah, look at Vanda now. Do I do it again? Just don't want to lose sight of the SDGR. Okay, guys, SDGR is at the high now, just about. Again, I said the high was 2111, right? Yeah, so it's 2111, so it's right there. Okay, 2111, 2113 on the bid ask. This histogram is just getting a little bit bigger, just a little bit bigger here, that bar. Okay, well, that's it, guys. Okay. Well, let's see if that histogram right there, and this, of course, right here on the 5 minute, this is just accelerating. And the histogram on the 15, you can now start to see that bar. These are these two bars, these three bars right there. Now it's starting to get a little bit bigger. So let's see if that has any sort of charge in it. Yeah, I saw this one earlier, SUZ. Ah, man, look at this one just cratering down from 989, 959, 30 cents. Big percentage move. Saw this one earlier. I think this was just when I was in the meeting. Oh, a little bit before the meeting. Well, this could be interesting. CRNX. It is below the whole number, 16, of course. So just below the whole, whoops, wrong one. CRNX, just below the whole number. And what sort of support is there? I'll take a look at the weekly chart. Don't see anything. Not for a while anyway. Let's go to the monthly chart. Oh man, this is okay. So monthly chart. So we're at 1585 right now. It looks like, is that right? 1361? 1384. Yeah, actually, we got 1515. 1515 is a low. That looks like kind of maybe a support area. That's certainly enough room. CRNX. Okay, now it says inducement grants under NASDAQ listing rule. Okay. Ah, you were mentioning Summit, Poe. Woo, no kidding. I lost sight of this one for sure. I got tired of it, just sort of chopping around. But yeah, I mean, this is now getting again close to that magic four. Hmm. CLRO, haven't seen that one today. No, that was active, was it yesterday or the day before? CLRO. Yeah, SHPH, just watching SHPH. I'm not in this one, but interested because Michael said he's swinging this one. And it continues to try to hold a VWAP. Barely though. Like that's like barely holding onto that VWAP. There it is, 306, 310. Look at the volume that came in also through a Summit. Now, the histogram is not moving higher. Interesting. It is not moving higher. So again, it's not foolproof. Nothing is foolproof. But now the other thing too though is that we have to, in relation to the previous bars, can't compare it to this guy way up here. Boy, you're on fire, Poe, on your dips again. I haven't seen you dipping much the last little while. All right, just waiting patiently for SDGR to make a little move, maybe hopefully into the high 20s, mid 30s, maybe the 40s. Hmm. I'm glad I didn't get back into the Vanda. Okay. Playing with the idea when it got down to 780 again, but I think this actually may bounce. It's trying to hold this 8 level. This may bounce a bit. Okay, guys. SHPH. It start to make a little bit move off that VWAP. The VWAP is 306. There it is. Not V's having yeah, a little comeback day. Yeah, up 15%, 64 cents off the lows here, off yesterday's close. The high yesterday was 494. If we can take that out, the next high is 607. So let's see if it has a follow through tomorrow. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, so you say you're confused about the Discord platform. First of all, have you been able to get into the room? Okay, that's the first thing. Have you been able to get in? Because I think once you're in, then you, okay. Did you find my name? Find my name? Okay, click on it. So now you're seeing the video. Okay, can you see my screen? And you can hear? Of course, you're in both rooms, so it's hard to know. But after that, I mean, if you're in and you can see me and you can hear me, there's nothing more to it because where it says discussion channels, there they are. You know, the same ones as you see here. Same ones as you see here, specific stocks, general market talk, trade ideas questions, my homepage. Okay, so there they are. So there's really nothing more to it than that. If you're in and you can hear me and you can see my screen, then you just got to find these tabs. I think they're pretty obvious where they are. And that's it. Ah, okay. Well, that's you're in the other. You see Scott. You click on this Trade Ideas Trading Room. Trading Room. Can you see? If you can't see my screen, I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to help you. I think I know what's happening. Okay, Scott had his. I mean, he started it. He had his own room. Well, he started it as a test. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you. You've probably gone into the wrong, and I don't know how to get you out of that. It's because you can't see my screen. Yeah, absolutely. Look at the SHPH. Absolutely. For Michael. I'm not in it, but good for Michael. It's not his typical style to swing something like this, but yeah, not bad. Now the high is over here at 340. You cannot hear on the Discord. I don't know how to help on the Discord stream. I just don't know how to help. Because if you get into the room, I'm not sure there's anything you really have to do other than you have to find my name, somehow find my name, click on it, double click it, then you'll see the screen if you're permitted, because we might have this deal in which only 25 or 50 people can see. But that shouldn't impede hearing me at all. I think there was a So here's, a couple of the helps. Once you can view the Trade Ideas live channels, click on the active live stream and select watch stream or double click on the stream. I think this is maybe what you're in, the how to or something. Yeah, I'm just not sure how I can help. I'm sorry. If Pepe's here, maybe. But okay, okay, guys, this is starting to do okay now. The sedge. I was waiting to see if I could get into the 30s. Nothing huge yet, but not bad. Everyone's saying, later on in the afternoon, I was hoping something would show up. Twist, TWST. Haven't seen that one for a while. I know you're talking to the other Barry, probably, right? Did not hear me in Discord, but I hear you here. Well, the reason being is that I had myself on mute. Sorry, guys. I thought I took myself off mute. Okay, so you guys should be able to hear me now in Discord. Sorry about that. I could have sworn I took myself off mute when I came back, but I guess I didn't. Now you should be able to hear if you're in Discord. You should be able to hear me. So you just see the icon how to and nothing else. You don't see trading room. Well, if you click on how to, that should tell you once you can view the Trade Ideas live channels. You must verify the channel. I think there's a couple of rocket emojis or something you have to click on. Ah, well, it says move. No, it's nothing to do with Trade Ideas email or anything like that, Drora. This is a completely separate. But you've obviously been able to get into Discord, so they must have sent you. You must have given them your email. Did when I say them, Discord, they must have emailed you, and then they're allowing you into Discord. Now you can have access to all. But I gave you a link. Maybe I'll have to give you the link again. I don't know. Shoot, I was hoping that SDGR would just continue to romp. My name is not Barry One. Nope. Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just Barry Anderson right there with a little Bruin logo. Oh, I see. So they're talking about a merger with somebody, Grupo Televisa. That's sort of halted. Keeping on that, the VWAP had talked with Mega Cable. Wow, here's another interesting one, guys. Another one that's broken through a pretty psychological number, 25, CADE, C-A-D-E, broken through 25. Where is there some support? Wow, I don't know. That's a big break. 25, big psychological number, in my opinion, anyway. And that is CADE. And let's take a look on the weekly chart where there could be some support. Looks like the next low is 24.39, and if it ever got through that, 23.56. So got a little bit of room, but breaking through that whole number, 25, big psychological number to get through. I don't know. You're not going to find too many bullish people with that for coin, probably. A question in Turbinator in the Discord room asking anybody looking at coin as a potential maybe bounce from here. I don't know. Some of these banks, guys. So there's another bank, a small bank, well, I don't know how small it is, but ONB, Old National, and then the one I just mentioned was CADE, C-A-D-E. Again, I have no idea how big they are. But they must be sort of regional type banks, as you call them. What a joke this one was yesterday. This Apvo. All the way up to 7 something or other, closes down here at 392, and then the next day, just a joke. You mentioned that other one. I mean, yeah, the MLGO. I mean, it's absolutely nonsensical. I mean, a company like WIMI, WIMI, there's a little company called WIMI, has some kind of it's a subsidiary called Microalgo, and it's listed on NASDAQ. It goes to 70 something. Crazy. Just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Hi, guys. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, that said, I just got out of it. Okay, so it is 3:05. So what I'm going to do now is put myself on mute. I am here. If you have any questions, I'll certainly try to answer. Back around. Doing Oops. Okay, so yeah, if there are any questions, yeah, definitely ask away. I'm just going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, you know what? I'm going to actually probably exit now. The reason being is that I loaded something from Michael and it has frozen my system. Not my computer, but just TI. So I think I'll just wrap it up right now. Okay. Let me see if I can do that. At least get into, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. So my trade ideas is frozen. So just as well, I'll just shut down right now. All right, everybody. Thanks for all the help today, as always. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye bye.